Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Immortal League. I thought we were in Conquerors, but Conqueror, sorry, it said Immortal. I confused myself, but I am Raptor, joined by Score Factor today. And apologies for the little scuffing. We're having a couple technical issues, but we're getting that all sorted out. But while we're doing that, we're getting ready for this playoff and our first series in the playoffs, Bra versus PTM. And
Yeah, oh, there I am. This one's
there
an
you go.
exciting one. Obviously, this is a rematch of a match that we saw earlier in the year. So, head-to-head rematches are always exciting, especially in a best of five now, as opposed to the best of three we saw before. But it was a clean sweep by PTM the first go around. So, BRA is going to have to be the ones that step it up and make it happen this go around. And they are on the rise. They had a great week last game they played was a good one indeed. But all that being said, as we get into draft, it's going to be about making it happen this time.
Yeah, can they do it? Can they make this success? I think that's going to be a really big point of this is like, what do they have in a deeper draft? I mean, yeah, it's still just like best of three. It's still fearless, but you get to game four, game five, yeah, you've got 20, 25 champions out of the pool, plus the 10 getting banned. So like, what's going to be the evolution as this series goes on? What's the meta that's formed? Especially, we're on this new patch. We're already seeing some similar bans. Lee, Oriana. Just as a note for everyone, Zaheen is banned for the rest of playoffs since he just came out today. It would be very odd to have him in there. It's normal, but we just want to let you know. I actually just got off a Swift play of the game with him before this, and he feels good. So we'll be excited to see him next season. But for this season, let's see how this patch has affected the draft.
Yeah, I mean, already Lee Sin and Diana removed, targeting Fiendish Feller in the jungle there, so that will be something to keep an eye on. If they're trying to pinch that pool early, are they gonna let that pick fall to the second round, or are they gonna try and lock something in early? Especially showing that Viego now makes 3 jungle bans. It looks like BRA has determined that the jungle is the position they need to worry about the most.
Yeah, and if they're worrying that much about the jungle, does that mean? Yes, it does mean that they're looking at a kind of more immobile AD carry. So it's going to be the Ashe locked in there. Good utility pick. Did receive a nerf this patch, but still a good champion. And that nerf was just to her Q's later attacks. I mean, just her attack speed on the Q, but it's not a massive change, I'd say.
No, I think that if you're an Ashe player, you're just fine with that, especially since she has been sitting pretty lately. But we'll see Scion and Trundle, so 2 picks that can punish a more immobile AD carry if the team is not cohesive enough to play around her. And in addition, it is going to be 2 of the 3 topside champs locked in real early. We're going to see a Galio as well on the opposite side here, so little focus on the top side of the map, unless that Galio goes support, I guess.
Yeah, we shouldn't see anything on the Scion got a buff this patch, but we shouldn't see anything related to that as the Gwen gets locked on in. It's the buff was around his ability to do how much damage he does to monsters with his Q, and if he's top lane Scion, it doesn't really matter, and it's going to be negligible when he's doing a neutral with his team. So we're not going to see too much of that. Everyone else pretty same. No one else really touched this patch that we see on the board right now. Ashe was the only other nerf. Scion got that light buff. But Gwen, Smolder, Trundle, Galio, still the same champion, still very, very powerful in this situation, especially the Smolder. That is that late game insurance policy.
Yeah, but so is the Gwen, right? And especially without the Galio there, which is sort of, one of those typical counters to a very aggressive AP pick. That does give a lot of options in the top lane. She's a tank shredder that's going to do just fine into Scion. Galio in the mid lane is a very safe pick to play around as a blind pick, and so it's going to be about finding a way to get onto the Smolder in the mid lane for this Gwen, who's just going to be doing an obscene amount of damage.
Yeah, and there's no one really so far for Trundle to steal stats from either. There isn't really MR, armor, or any of that. Any of those tank stats that are going to be really that built up on these champions that you're seeing for Bra. So It might be a little bit of a rough position, but it also might just be a pick to force them to not pick those tanky champions. The Mel going to be locked in for the mid lane. Some more execute. It's a very execution heavy carry team for PTM.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I mean, you can take the Braum, you can take the Galio, but neither of those are gonna feel great because they're building like off tank, as
Mhm.
opposed to a true, build nothing but health MR and armor and just really go for that
Ooh,
late game. With the Yorick locked in here, I'm actually guessing this is gonna be a Gwen jungle.
could be. Could be actually. I mean, it would also be interesting if they reverse and make Yorick the jungler.
Yeah, they
Like,
absolutely could. I think I like that a little bit more because with the Gwen Galio, like I was saying, eliminating one of those bigger laning phase counters to the Gwen does make it feel like you kind of want her doing stuff in laning phase, and in jungle that just doesn't happen as much.
and the Rakan, the last pick that engaged they so desperately need on PTM because while they have the Scion, they need a little bit more to follow up and something maybe that can help appeal for these fairly squishy carries that they've got in Mel and Smolder. But drafts are locked in, and yeah, what do you think?
I think overall this is pretty solid for both teams. We're going to see a lot of execution-based stuff. A lot of early game movement is going to set up what this game looks like in the mid game, especially. And oh, and if these lanes are locked in now, it is going to be Mel in the bot lane. I was going to question that pick, but that does make a little more sense. They'll send the Smolder mid against the Galio to allow a bit of a freer lane, and they'll send the Mel bot to really put the push on against an Ash Braum, which can be absolutely dominant if you let them take the lane.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Mel got some adjustments this patch. She's the only other champion that got picked that we haven't talked about yet for the adjustments. And some of those adjustments have changed her maxing order. So I know it had become really popular to max E, the Solar Snare, because of it had such a high root duration at the end, and it sets up, does very well in the Galio. But they cut that by almost a whole second. It went from 2.25 to 1.6, so maybe like 0.75 seconds or so. That's a big cut. That is a yeah, about 0.75. So it's a pretty big cut in terms of that. And they moved more of the damage into the damage per spell on her passive for the execute. So not as strong in that individual mid lane matchup because she can't lock targets as easily, but might do better now in a lane where she has an easier access to hit targets. So I could see where they're going with that. Plus also, Smolder in mid lane into Galio, like he's able to walk away from Galio, can also dodge away from the Gwen, and Mel's shield isn't really good into anything either of those two have. So I think I see what they're doing with this, but I think it is still an interesting pick.
Yeah, I gotta agree, although the thing that jumps out to me for that bot lane matchup is not only is Rakan's, grand entrance, it can be hit fairly consistently if you have positioning that's very good, but you're not necessarily guaranteed to have that positioning, and with the Braum shield being able to be thrown up, that Unbreakable is gonna block pretty much the majority of Mel's damage if he's able to get in front of his AD carry. It could lead to a situation where the lane just becomes really hard for her and she has to play for even.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how they do when they get into that. Another thing I want to talk about, there was one item change in this patch. I don't know if we'll see it, but do you think we might? Sunfire Aegis got an upgrade on its monster damage mod. It went from 1.6 times the damage for monsters to 2 times the damage for monsters on the burn from Sunfire Aegis. Do you think we might see Trundle index more into the tanky because there aren't many tanks in this team? Maybe index into that to help with his clear a bit?
He might. I honestly think that it's something that's more we should keep in the back of our minds for future games once we do
Gotcha.
start to see those tank junglers come out. Trundle can index into tank, but it doesn't feel as good as getting, some of those bigger bruiser items online. You think of those early spikes he gets with some of those really nice bruiser items for early game fighting, especially into a Gwen who you already should be beating. It's real nice.
All right, yeah, I agree, and we'll see how this develops in the rest of the draft so far. patch, I think, only really seeing Mel flex to bot lane as a change, but we'll see how this all goes as we get underway with our first game of the best of 5, not the best of 3 of this series. Game number 1.
Is Trundle when he hits that Scryer's Bloom, so they know where he is, they know he's in the area. They do a really good job of just playing heads-up League of Legends and not committing too far in, being able to pull back in order to make sure that Trundle is wasting a little bit more time than he would be if they don't.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game. Make them waste time. Those seconds can make the difference between whether your jungler gets a free objective or whether they have to fight for it. Nothing else on the map right now. No grubs yet, so not a big deal. But first dragon will be spawning in about 10 seconds. Gwen is down here on the bottom side. Young is very low, and Fortune is trying to push them out here. Oh, but Frozen Turd just barely living. Duckmark doesn't quite have it yet. He isn't smoldering quite yet.
No, not quite yet, but low health bars, you know, across the bot side of the map. I wanted to point out There was that ward in the middle brush. I wonder if PTM catches Iplock
Oh,
on vision there, as we're going to see a full engage.
yeah, Young went in, and now he's trying to dash on out. The battle dance, though, isn't enough when you're stunned up. He's getting super low. The Ashe just doesn't have quite enough damage yet, hasn't gotten to back, so he will get to live another day. And Resilient just trading back. They're both very low. Trundle is coming down. Young, though, does need to be careful. He was sticking around looking to maybe bait them, but he is low on health. Trundle gives the game away with his W. He's going to try to flash us forward with the pillar, going to lock the Ashe up, and she is not long for this world. And First Blood is going to go the way of the Mel.
Yeah, that's a great target to get your first blood onto, and really good job getting that flash out before the Trundle ganks. There's nowhere for the Ashe to go. Doesn't even have the defensive barrier summoner spell. Went with the Ghost in order to really try and punish anyone that steps into this lane with just absolute soft and hard CC. But used both of them already, and with no summoners, it's a really easy kill as long as Trundle hits that pillar.
Yeah,
Do
and I
think
think. Oh, go
Jae
ahead.
Young maybe spent a little too much time. I think you could have completed that recall. I don't know that there was much baiting going on there.
Might have had the opportunity, but you're right. He does live, and Jaeyoung going forward onto red versus blue in the mid lane here. They were looking for Frozen Turd, but he's gonna walk on away, and Smolder just keeps stacking with them little Smolder wings. Gosh, I just realized in 2 weeks the snow skins will come out, so we might see someone picking in the playoffs the snow the Christmas Smolder skin.
That
It
would be
just
awesome.
it would. Have you seen that skin?
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
you're.
it.
Ooh,
It's
well,
like,
that way.
oh,
Okay, we're good.
it's like Mary Kog'Maw, but he's alive.
Yeah, it gives me the same kind of feeling as when I looked at old Lollipoppy, as the dragon is started up here. Cloud Dragon gonna be the first dragon of the game. Should be easily 2 Bra. You just saw Duck and Jaeyoung have to back out, and no one else is really in the area. So, first dragon of the playoffs going the way of Bra, and they'll
And
take that kind
yeah,
of win.
they are doing a terrific job so far, just making sure they control that bot side, right? The kill obviously goes over to Mel, and that's a big deal because it puts her ahead in the 1v1. That lost chapter now complete. She'll be doing just fine on mana for the most part. Held my breath there for a second, just in case there was a larger engage, but we might be seeing it here.
Yeah, Jaeyoung pushing red versus blue out is gonna slap onto Fortune, who just gets nuked. Resilient is so powerful. He's already got the Lost Chapter and the Amplifying Tome, and might be looking for another with the ult, but doesn't have it. I think did he shield that? Can you shield that?
I don't know. I mean, it mitigates damage, right? So maybe?
Yeah, but it's direction. I guess if the
Oh,
damage
there's the
comes from it.
kill.
Yeah, it doesn't
That's
matter.
the feat of
Resilient gets it.
warfare.
Just cost an extra flash, but it's okay. Gets the kill, gets the 3, gets the feat of warfare solo, basically. Considering all 3 kills went to Mel. But that is definitely not what you want to see as Bra. You do not want to see a fed Mel.
I mean, absolutely. That's just exactly what you need to snowball the game ahead, right? We saw this pick was used in Worlds by Faker a little bit, and every single time he got his hands on that champion, which was only twice, it went really well. It's a fight here.
Yeah, fight breaking out. Jaeyoung getting caught on out. Gar trying to help him, but he will fall. They'll lose their jungler as well. And the top laner has gone into his undying form, but he's not going to find anything else. So 3 kills quickly to Bra to even the scoreboard. And now they're going to get the grubs as their bonus prize.
They will. Let's take another look at this fight, because I was doing a bit of yapping. Immediately, it's just really, really solid usage of ulting and positioning, and that Hero's Entrance does so much work to mitigate anything that could be done in response. Iplock lives just barely after getting the kill on Trundle, and at the end of the day, fight now and give Gwen 2 kills is not a great look.
Yeah, and I saw Smolder get stunned. I couldn't tell what hit him. Was that an Ashe arrow that stunned him?
It's got to be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, right? Nothing else
Yeah.
could have done it aside from concussive blows.
Yeah, so I think okay, so we are confirming from production it was Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I think it hit him just as play was starting, and he gets that stun prevents him from getting those Qs off. I think he maybe could have killed Locke if he'd had that opportunity, and probably could have kept trying to hit some skills, get those stacks, but Yeah, once he's stunned and there's no Resilient in the area who's got all those kills, it's a much harder to fight. And good on Bra for capitalizing on it on their global ultimates. And also, I want to shout out PTM. Like the Mel, it's working very well. That execute, but that increased like stat per stack damage really is helping Resilient secure some of these kills. Now they're getting engaged on
Absolutely,
the
flash
platform from Red
forward.
v Blue. Yeah, is looking for the ultimate, but Trundle is here, and Red v Blue will fall. It's going to be Resilient going on a rampage. Fortune, though, wants to keep going forward. Locke is here. Everyone is low. They might try to find a kill
Oh,
here.
this is
Their
so
ultimate going, the
bad.
flash from Locke, the dash on in from Jae Young, and now he's going to run back. Resilient ults, and the chunk takes out the Ashe, and now it's just up to friend or feller, and he's going to be felled today as Locke picks up the kill to bring it a 1-2.
They can't kill Jae Young. I thought that looked so bad on the turn. I love this play by Red v Blue to flash in, to deny the dive and give your Ashe time to move as the jungler shows up. But from here, really, really nice movement, and the turn was never going to happen because Iplock with that ultimate is just carving through the entire jungle bot. But then here we see they just barely don't get Jae Young. I think the passive came back up, and because of that, it's only a 1-for-2, which is the best possible scenario for Phantom Troupe once you see that Gwen.
And I think honestly, it was really smart of them to realize that there was still a Mel stack on Ashe and just have Jae Young Yin get a bit of damage, have Trundle bite her to bring her low, and just let Resilient get that execute. It was very smart. Honestly, it was good positioning around that central bush, that little pillar. Really playing around that gave them so much more time to reposition, to re-engage, to set that up. And ooh, another fight might be breaking out here around
Looks like a
mid.
bit of a scuffle around this, well, scuttle crab.
Yeah,
I don't know if we'll see anything come out of this unless someone hard engages.
you never know with Jae Young. He's thinking
There's
about it.
the
The Asher,
arrow.
though, that's a pretty hard engage, but they're not going to follow it up. The ult from Braum, but oh, here comes
Oh
the
my god.
dancer. Mom from above. The ult from the Mel is not enough. Galio going to re-engage. No one has died yet, but Resilient will pick up the first kill onto the Gwen. Second kill going to go on to the Braum from Trundle. Now they're chasing after Frozen Turd. Ashe going to be
With Jae Young.
trading on to Jae Young. Duckmark and Resilient chasing down now, trying to get to this Ashe. They're going to slow her down. They're going to bring her down, and Duckmark will pick the kill up. 3-for-1. PTM takes a fight they didn't even want to start.
You said you never know with Jae Young. I don't think it gets that much more perfect than that. What a fantastic, just over the wall, grand entrance into the quickness, and gets every single member setting up to combo seamlessly for the rest of the team.
And he gets out too, like that. Like I mean, he gets out for part of time, but he does end up dying to the Ashe eventually. But that's real battle dancing. That is living the Rakan life, going in, setting the engage, hitting everyone with that quickness, like you said, so good. And Jae Young, honestly, this whole game has just been incredible. We've been singing his praises in the bot lane with so many times we thought he would just be dead from these plays, that he still manages to live and make fights that look bad turn good. It's just, this is a great pickup, great pick for PTM in this first game.
Absolutely. I've been loving him on this Rakan, and I was a little bit skeptical of it coming into the game as I was voicing some opinions about how you gotta be careful with positioning. Jae Young is just gonna position as aggressively as he needs to and still get out anyway.
And that's what we love to see. And it's paying the dividends. And he's doing well feeding the kills where they need to go, because look at that Mel. 6-0 on Mel.
Yeah, she is dangerous. And as she gets to 2 items, we're only going to see that improve. We saw her cut straight through that hero's entrance shield as
Oh.
Duckmark's in the top lane.
Yeah, they're looking for Astromumi. Guerre is going forward, going to knock him up. They're going to blow him up, but a teleport's coming through. This could be really bad for Galio. He's trying to run. He gets hit by the pillar. Might be able to get out. Gets knocked up, though. Gets too low, and Duckmark will secure another kill for himself. But the ult landing on the bottom side and Channel Crystal Arrow with the Gwen ult
Okay.
will finally give the shutdown onto the Mel that Bra has so desperately wanted.
So, if we don't look at summoner spells at all, that was worth it. Kind of. Once they get the turret, it'll be worth it. However, when we do look at the summoner spells that were expended with the teleport and the flash, that's such a good tempo play that was just responded to well by Battle Rift Assassins. But Phantom Troop was on top of that play.
Yeah, and the shutdown sucks, especially giving it to the Gwen. But that's the very situational thing position. It's not that often you'll probably find Mel by herself there, and they also got her ghost, they got her ult, they got Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they got, like you said, they got the flash out of Ader Mumi, they got the teleport out of Frozen Turd, they got the teleport out of Ader Mumi on the return, and that's a lot to get in. And I agree. I don't know if that's really worth all of that, like all that effort, especially because they also got a PTM also got a turret out of the whole situation, and it's showing though the gold lead at least still relatively close, only about a 2K difference between these two.
You say only, but a 2K gold difference is a little bit nuts at this point in the game with how a fight has already gone the way of Battle Rift Assassins, right? I mean, it's been just from that one play alone, we saw a turret go down, which gave them feats of warfare. We saw them pick up the Herald on the recall. And while we did, again, see the cross-map play, we saw a lot of resources go into it. I think it was still probably worth it, all things considered. You were talking about, you usually don't catch the Mel like that, especially with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that she is going to usually reflect.
Yeah, and that was just well positioned on the side of PTM, who is now pressuring up in the mid lane. Dragon gonna be up in a minute and a half. It will be a Mountain Drake, so it'll be Mountain Skull this game, and that could be the really big difference maker in this match, as everyone's just kind of jockeying around until that objective comes up. There's really not a lot to do. No one really has too much vision or seems to be eyeing up much vision control around here, and they're just kind of hanging out. But this is also, this is a good opportunity for us to take a look at kind of the direction these teams are both going. So we already know PTM strategy. Wait to the late game. Mel, Smolder, Scion, you have infinite scaling, basically. You are going to just scale out of control. What is Braw's strategy here? How do they take the dub in this game?
Honestly, it's kind of the same. As we're going to get an engage here, it is just a
Yeah, we got Guar getting engaged on by the Galio and by the Gwen. He does walk away. They get the Gwen ult out of him, too. And Guer is going to just manage to hold them on. And thanks to that, they got the mid turret. They're looking for the second tier one as well. Red v Blue are here. The reflection from Mel, though, doesn't really reflect much. And
there's an engage indicator going in. I'm seeing arrows in the mid lane as, oh my god.
Duckmark almost explodes there. Ader Mumi is such a lane. He's just so hard to deal with in a 1v1. I think at this point only Scion can really deal with him. But yeah, you did see those arrows for that engage in the mid. Nothing's come of it yet, but they might be looking for Jay Young, who's going to go over the wall. Dragon up in just a couple seconds. It has respawned, but Smolder teleports top, so he will not be available for this fight. They'd rather keep him on the turret, and they think that these four can stop this Dragon take, or they might not even try to contest it. They might just continue for the push. Dragon's already at half health. No one from PTM in the area except Scion. Yeah, they're just going to let this go for free.
Yeah, I think they overstayed a little bit. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow on cooldown signals to me that there probably just wasn't that much follow-up in place for when that went out, or it didn't hit anyone. I think that was a good response from Battle Rift, because if you let those recalls go off and the reset for Dragon happens, then you've given tempo back over to Phantom Troop when you really just can't afford to do that. But by playing the rebound, then they don't have the ability to contest you. They've got to get back and buy things. They've been on the Rift too long.
That's very fair. So they do manage to get the pressure up. PTM is looking for an opportunity. And I mean, at the end of the day, they're scaling. They don't need to force anything. Like, the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for them. So there's no issue about speeding the pace. The pace has to be sped by Braw if they want to be able to keep up in this game. Like we've said, Gwen is a monster late game scaler, good tank shredder. But I mean, when you're facing like a 400 stack Smolder, do you even stand a chance? As we are gonna see Jay Young teleporting on in. He does have the unsealed spell, but great spell on a lot of support still. And looking for maybe a play here. Might be looking towards bottom side. Frozen Turret is still pushed pretty far forward. I mean, there is that turret to fall back to, but Guar gets down there. It could be a Pretty easy dive to make happen, and Duckmark in the mid. Maybe they look for something here.
Oh, this could
Okay,
be
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, Jae Young looking for red v blue. He's all by himself. The quickening comes through. They knock him up. The Q comes through. Ash Arrow as well. It's going to force the flash from red v blue. Galio ult coming.
No
He's
way.
trying to save his support. Gets
No
a
way.
taunt lock with a huge ultimate. Duckmark gets the mom from downtown. Fortune going to pick him up though. Now Jae Young on the run, trying to run away. Fiendish Feller will take out Fortune, but they'll lose their Scion in the process. Resilient finally shows up here. While Fiendish Feller is trapped here in the mid lane. Hey, Numi's going to pick him up. So 3 for 1, but it's not PTM who gets it starting the fight. It's Bra on the rebound.
Can one of these supports, like, engage a fight and die from it, please? That's insane. How do you walk away there with 4 people on you?
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed, and I'm a little confused. Like, I get they're looking for the pick, but it felt almost too slow. I almost feel like they needed to throw Mom earlier for red v blue, and once he starts walking away, I feel like you need to back up. Like, you're 4 people stuck here. You see the Galio coming, and
man.
Oh god, that's a beautiful Galio and beautiful taunt.
Bramo to set it up as well. The Glacial Fissure caught all of them, and he goes back in.
Works
I think
really
that
good.
The biggest problem there was when you use the quickness on the initial catch, you have to kill them immediately, because then you don't have any really big buttons to click to follow up. Did they grab Otacon off of that?
I think they did. Yes, they did.
All right. Yeah, I sort of figured they would. They were moving towards it, but just needed a confirmation, and that's a big tempo swing. We keep talking about them, but they keep mattering a lot. Gold is pretty much even now, as I don't think anything happens here, but every single time one of these teams punches, the other throws a counterpunch, and it's right back to even.
Yeah, I think it's also an idea of, like, where you're fighting. So I think PTM's worst fight is in the jungle, because it's narrow. You set up for all of those abilities from Bra to be able to hit as many people as possible. You want to fight it in an open area, like in the mid lane or somewhere like around Baron Pit, where there's a lot of space to maneuver, and it's harder for them to corral you into one space to hit the massive Galio taunt, to hit the Glacial Fissure, the Galio ult, hitting everyone with Gwen's scissors. Those are the kind of things that you need to do, and I think that might have also been a problem in that situation. They picked way too narrow a point to fight in. Big open spaces where they can spread out and drag the members of Bra around and force them to chase them. Those are good positions for the side of PTM. Those are when they fight at the best, because they have the longer damage over time in a fight. They gotta be able to get it out.
Yeah, I think that's a really good analysis of what all went down there, but I also just want to call out here. I saw this, I clocked it when the item got bought. Iblock already has a death cap?
Huh.
Just went ahead and bought it second, because I guess when you have that sort of money, that's what you do. This Gwen is...
Jae Young.
Fight engage here.
Oh, he engages and he finally dies for it.
Does indeed. Went in with the quickness and got rebuffed pretty much instantly. I think it was the Justice Punch that made that happen.
Well, red v blue might be following his enemy support. Mom coming in from over the top as the fight breaks out. Bra's going to lose their support. Gar going to pick that kill up. Announces Fortune, Lock, and Frozen Turd. Yorick still on the top side. Hasn't teleported down yet. They're just trying to poke through Guar, but he's so tanky. And the knock up on to the Gwen. She is gonna fall. He does steal it though. So 3 dragons and soul point towards Bra, but the shutdown goes the way of Duckmark.
That's a lot to process. First of all, I guess it's a win because you trade 2 kills for like a turret. Maybe 2 turrets. I didn't see if.
It might be another kill. It's going to be Duckmark taking Fortune, and now he's going forward. He's looking for Frozen Turd. Can he get it? Smolder is smoldering. He's got the 225 stack. He gets knocked up. He's going to get taunted. Will he be able to get another Q out in time? He flashes out of the Q, and he gets it. Duckmark goes on a killing spree, and he gets the flash out of Frozen Turd in the process.
I'm a little shocked that he went for that. I'm even more shocked that he didn't get the kill because he hit everything. But yeah, Duckmark just knowing his limits so well does expend the flash. I think there was a
Okay.
slam that was gonna be the knockout punch that never connected, but really good stuff from Duckmark recognizing the off tempo. They need to get out, they need to recall, and so when they can't do that, it's just easy pickings.
So I know you said it was gonna be worth it because they traded and got the dragon. Do you still and they got one kill? Do you still think it's worth it after the post fight?
Like, maybe it still puts you on soul point. You still got the permanent objective. You traded more kills for it, which really, really blows. But the fact that you had to commit so few resources to the play in the first place is still really good. It's almost like it's hard to put those two plays as the same play there because one felt very much like, okay, we're just going to leave our split pusher to split push and we're going to see what we can do in a numbers disadvantage situation, as opposed to the neutral fight that happens after, as speaking of fights.
Yeah, and Shannon Crystal Arrow lands at a duck mark, and Locke manages to pick up the kill. Galio coming charging on in. They are looking for Resilient, and he will fall. Red v Blue gonna pick him up. Now Jae Young on the run, and he's gonna manage to dash on out. But that is the two big carries for the side of PTM, both now on their second death. And Baron is gonna be the name of the game here for Bra.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a theme we're seeing here is the punches from Phantom Troop have been really good, and the counter punches have as well. But the difference is that when Battle Rift is catching people out, is getting things done, no way.
Oh, there's no way he gets out. Okay, he doesn't get out this time. That's a double kill, though, going the way of Erdamumi. Might get a triple. No, he's not. Fiendish is going to run away. There's just, I'm shocked. I am shocked
It
he
was
is
a
alive.
1v3.
Yeah, this the Yorick power. Okay, maybe I'm underestimated Yorick as he does destroy that turret. He's going to also see the inhibitor turret on the top side fall. Turret in mid lane falling too. All these turrets just collapsing. Such a big Baron play from the side of Bra. PTM, their lead is gone. They're now down 3K. Their base is in tatters, and it's the Baron minions are here. They're not going to continue the siege, but wow, Bra took that one fight and have just blown this game wide open when we thought this was looking more and more like PTMs to take.
I guess I hadn't really thought about it because I think of Yorick as a physical damage champion, right? But
Yeah.
when you've got that Maiden up, you are doing a lot of percentage max health magic damage. I think that's really been this like hidden factor for why he's doing so well into this Scion here. We saw him absolutely melt in the face of Yorick there.
Yeah, plus he's got the Hull Breaker too, so you get those kind of enhanced minions around you, bonus damage. So that actually might be adding even more to this factor. He's very good on this build, and I actually don't know what that last item in his slot is, but it looks interesting.
That's uh, refillable, I believe.
Oh, oh, I have to see what those are in the game. They changed those too. Wow, they really made everything holiday.
They
But-
changed everything except for triple elixir, which I saw in Iplock's inventory, and it was normal.
uh, makes sense. Well, we're seeing some jockeying around this dragon. This would be Soul for the side of Broth. They managed to get it on the top side, though.
Engage.
Oh, hang on. The engage from Jae Young. It's going on in. Galio coming back on as well. Jae Young going to get taken out by Frozen
Oh,
Turd.
the needlework.
Fortune is just all on his own. Doesn't have anybody challenging him. They're going to take out both tanks. Now it's just going to be Duck Mark. He tries to get Frozen Turd, who goes golden. And, oh, hang on. Guard does manage to pick up the Galio, but that's still 4 for 1. The way of Braun.
With the split pusher not even present, the Mel was sent to deal with them, and that's gonna be the game unless some heroics come out. But I don't think it's meant to be. That's the ace. Down go the Nexus Towers. Game 1 goes to Battle Rift Assassins.
I am honestly shocked. I was saying PTM, they just had to let the game go and scale, but I guess Bra finally found that acceleration point. That one Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that one pick around Baron. They got Baron, they got all those turrets, they got all the items, came back and just smashed that fight. That literally, I'm pretty sure the gold graph went like this, and then like you see, like let me see if I get it on the camera, like this, and then boom, just straight to red, blue side. It's just a complete 180 in like 5 minutes. This game went, and dang, that's a rough one to lose if you're PTM.
That's what it felt like for sure. We'll take a look at some of these stats here. It is going to be Smolder doing just a lot of damage. He's good at doing that. I think the biggest takeaway for me was once those team fights kicked off, we saw every single time that it was Phantom Troupe going in for the engage, but with 2 tank anti-engage tools on your side and the Ash Arrow to boot, as well as Gwen, who's willing to just stand there and look at you and throw damage your way, it was just so difficult to get anything done.
Yeah, just so very hard, and the layering in the CC, like no one can get on Fortune. Like there's just they layered the CC so perfectly. You saw in that last fight, the only person who got to Fortune was Jaeyoung, and what's Jaeyoung gonna do? It's a Rakan. He's not gonna hurt the Ashe. So I think that was really well played. I still think there are a lot of positives from PTM. I felt like Duckmark did a very good job on the Smolder. He had some very good 1v1s and 1v2s. I felt like Jaeyoung looked incredible on the Rakan, very strong fighting in, like, you know, kind of weaving in and out of the fights. The areas I think I'm most, and even resilient too. Feel like the areas I'm mostly looking at were top side and jungle. Not that they did bad, but it didn't feel like they were as impactful as I felt they should have been by the time PTM was at the point where they were thinking about to throw the game. It felt like the Scion wasn't as big or impactful as we expect Scions to be, and the Trundle really didn't do much outside of that one pillar play early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, those were 1-2 picks, so you would hope that, you know, safe picks that'll just have value late in the game, or, you know, a counter pick to the B1, of course. But yeah, we didn't really see that. It can be a bit hard to really accelerate as a Scion, especially into a lane bully like Yorick. You sort of just hope to go even, which he did. It just didn't end up amounting to much, partially because it was just a meat shredder of a comp he was running into. I mean, Ashe is not the most tank killery of tank killer ADCs, but you've got a Gwen there. You know you had the Yorick in the 1v1. You had just a lot of lockdown, and a lot of the time they went around him almost as much as they went through him. And so when you're not able to secure that lockdown or provide that value with a massive health bar, it becomes a lot harder to provide value.
Yeah, now second phase of the draft. I mean, second draft. What's going to be changed? How are they going to put more emphasis, like put more pressure with jungle and top? Are we going to see them pre-prioritize to mid and AD carry? Like, what are they going to change in this draft? I think that's what's going to be the most interesting thing to see as we head on to game number 2. But we're going to go first to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's game number 2, PTM versus Bra in the Conquerors League playoffs. I'm Rap, again, joined by the ever lovely Score Factor. And I'm surprised that game 1 result. That was a very sudden turn.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit in the onset about how they met before. It was 2-0 to PCM. They looked really convincing, and we said, you know, Bra is going to have to come out and show something. And they came out and showed something. That was, obviously we talked about how it was really even, but by the time we were looking at mid-game macro, and especially by the time we were talking about late-game plays, it looked so convincing for the Assassins there, and I just think they did such a good job of piloting that comp to do exactly what they needed it to do. The bans are largely the same. We are going to see a Wukong ban from PTM. I'm not entirely certain what they forewent, but it's probably something they were looking at first picking themselves, and On the other side, we are still seeing a lot of these jungle bans, but they will add in the Karma here, so maybe looking to shut down a pushing bot lane, maybe something along the lines of an Ezreal Karma.
Could be, and we are getting there. It is the Misfortune. I think that was the ban last time, was it? No,
It might have been.
Yeah, so Misfortune gonna be the first pick, another one of those champions that got changed in this patch, and the response is getting figured out with the technical delay. We're still seeing that. The Ezreal, there we
Ezreal.
go.
Okay,
They're
so
popping in. They're slowly popping in. So Ezreal gonna be the response there from the side of Bra with the Jin Zhao. Okay, making his revival return.
I love the Poppy here. That is such a great immediate slam into the Xin Zhao. I'm curious what they're going to pair this Ezreal with. You know, you could do safe lanes. Ezreal Melio comes to mind as a really safe lane, and we're going to get that Victor revealed there. So that's another great pick. You know, got decent range, some good self-peel, especially once you're at those higher levels, and can output so much damage.
Yeah, Victor is I love seeing Victor. I think he's just so fun to watch play, and I think a good Victor is a whole world of difference here. The Rel,
Not exactly what you expect with the Ezreal. It does work really nicely into the Misfortune, but it doesn't work that great into the Poppy. Curious to see what they're gonna try and do with this pick, because yeah, I mean, with Poppy showing, you think of, like, you know, supports that are maybe gonna play further back. You know, you lose out on some engage if you go certain routes, but you know, you can still get plenty without a dash on hand. And two more jungle bans, I think. The Belveth almost certainly is, but I wouldn't be shocked if this Poppy ends up in the jungle.
Poppy is a good jungler, very good at countering a lot of engages, or really setting up for good ganks too. I mean, you knock them into a wall, you W so they can't dash out if they've got a dash. So you can set up some good plays. The Rise gonna be in here for Bra in the mid lane. Okay, good, interesting pick. A lot of mobility. If you can't dash, might as well just teleport out.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works. We're going to see the Alistar come in, so that's some nice, you know, engage with the headbutt pull when you can, and really great peel for this Misfortune with so many divers showing. The Aatrox as well confirms that, well, it doesn't. You were talking about some of the changes. Aatrox got some jungle changes on this patch.
He did, and that, in regards, is his monster cap damage on Deathbringer stance went from 100 to 100 to 320 based on level, and the Darken Blade now has gone from 0 bonus damage to 40 flat bonus damage, which is multiplied by, like, sweet spots and the multiple casts. So it could be, I mean, I haven't seen anybody do it yet, but it could be. I feel like Poppy would be the better choice, especially because Kale is here, and I feel like Aatrox would do much better into Kale.
I agree.
And can snowball hard off that. But yeah, these are our comps for game number 2, and I feel like I like PTMs more, especially because of the Poppy, but I want to know what you think.
No, I was actually about to say the same thing. I think there's a world where you can play it with the, you know, with the Xin Zhao. He's got the Crescent Guard, which can make him a lot tankier. You've got the Rel, who, especially when she's stealing armor from an MR from all of the enemies, that can make her a lot tankier as well. It is that same sort of off-tanky style when you're talking about team fights, and you've got, you know, the Kale ult as well on top. I just... The comp that we're seeing from Battle Rift Assassins, it doesn't feel like it has that much identity. You've got Ryze that really wants to play at mid-range. Xin Zhao's fine at mid-range. Ezreal is a skirmisher more than anything, unless you're really solid with the, you know, lethal tempo style that he can run. And then Kale, like, she's going to sit back and scale for a lot of the game. She's going to try not to go too down in lane, especially against Aatrox that can kind of take over. And after that, she wants to play front to back with, again, no true tank.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, I agree. It's just very incohesive. It feels like it's missing something to tie it all together. I almost feel like that top laner should have been something beefier that they could play like a front to back, maybe even a poke comp. But it does feel weird, especially with how synergized PTM is.
You know what I would have
I
loved to see on 5 here? I think
Mundo.
I think well, Mundo would have been awesome. Uh, I think Olaf works really well here. You've got
Ooh,
3
yeah.
frontline champions to run in at. Poppy's not going to do much to you. You get a lot of value. I mean, the MF is a bit tricky, but you're going to be creating space. You've got a bunch of champions that can play between your range and wherever they need to be. I think it would have slotted in really nicely here.
And also, speaking of the misfortune, I wanted to point out the change they made this patch is that her ultimate damage has gone from 75% total AD per wave to 80% total AD per wave. So it did get a buff. So stronger ultimates from misfortune, especially with the kind of chaotic nature of this fight and a lot of the like kind of running in. I don't know. Could be. I guess also this comp, it does play far enough back or has a lot of tools when it gets in that like Misfortune is probably not going to get many good ults. Like Rel can stop it, Ezreal can dash out, Jin Zhao can block the damage, Kale can run out, can just probably be out of range, Rise is Rise. So maybe it won't get as much value out of that, but I think it's still lacking that team fighting identity that later PTM can, they can force a fight, and what do you do if you're Bra? Like you don't like what's the what how do you organize yourself for a team fight? Is it Rel and Jin Zhao in the front and everyone else just lightly behind them, or like where is that going? I think that'll be interesting to see how they navigate it. But we had questions about last game too, and they still managed to pull that off. So we'll see how they do as we are about to get way onto the rift for game number 2. And some more snow, some more excitement. Sadly, no champion with a new skin this match, but that's okay.
There are Snow Day champions in this game. They could do it.
They could do the Snow Day ones. I was kind of hoping to see more of those rain ones. I just love that skin line.
That's true. Those are really good.
Though, honestly, I think Rain Shepherd is like just low-key my favorite skin line. Not because like the thematic is my favorite, but because it feels really well done. Like it just, it's so different.
I honestly, I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think that Rain Shepherd Milio is better than his base skin. Like just as a concept.
I think so. I saw in the Milio subreddit with the new winter skin. Everyone it looks great. It's just we already have Rain Shepherd, and Rain Shepherd is just so good that it's like every other skin after, like they're great, but like it's like who am I think Kha'Zix, like So how many of Kha'Zix skins have lived up to the expectation of his launch skin?
Yeah, that's a good point. As we get onto the Rift, again, it's a best of 5, not a best of 3. Game number 2. We've encountered a pause. We're clear to yap more.
Oh boy.
And now I can't see the draft. There we are.
Alrighty. And just for anyone also wondering about skins, the Arcane skins are back in stock, as are the Christmas skins. So they're in for a limited time. Go take a look at them. Arcane's for a week. You got 7 weeks on winter, but I know some people really like those skins but didn't get a chance, so now's your chance. But back onto our current game.
Looks like Gargoomba did not connect.
Okay, Gargoomba didn't. Ooh, I hope this isn't like last week where we had a team play a 4v5 for a little bit. That would be very unfortunate, especially this early into the game. That can really set a team behind, but okay, so looking at how these teams have built, though, like looking at their runes and everything, pretty standard across the board. Though I have to ask, because I don't play much Misfortune. Does Misfortune usually take first strike?
She can. It's more of a laning rune. Ignore this. It happens when pauses happen. It'll figure itself out. It's more of a laning rune than anything. She really likes to run PTA, especially after the PTA changes, just because it fits so well with her trading patterns of you hit a shot, you immediately follow it up with a double up, and you shoot another one on the way out, and you've done, enough to proc the PTA because it counts as an auto attack. So she does like running that a good bit. But it's fine. It does indicate to me that we're going to see probably a more ult-centric build out of her, probably looking to utilize that a little more, which is a little bit sad for me. I think Misfortune is really solid when you just build her to be a ball of stats, because your ult is always a threat. So when teams have to index for your ult and you are slamming them with damage, it can be a bit tricky.
Yeah. Like the whole mechanic of her Q, the bounce, as well as how her damage amps up it when she's switching targets. Like you can, there's a couple ways you can play it, but so many people just play it for that ultimate. I think because just the amount of power is so vast. Yay, the Cloud9 emote. Let's go. Gotta get that rep in. But yeah, I do agree. I think it would be interesting to see them build more for the ball sets, not more of that, like, I don't know what you call it, not 80 carry, not bruiser, but like a Chungus carry. Like they're there to just be kind of beefy and do lots of damage, but be able to kind of sustain a bit more in the fight in a way. You know, if that makes sense. Like you can do it building full AD items, and I feel like Misfortune builds those weird AD items that could do that. It's like she has the capability to.
She definitely does, and you bring up an interesting point that I actually wasn't even considering, where you can do that as well. She has a lot of build flexibility. We've seen a lot of things run on her over the years, but I know a lot of AD carries like Kraken Slayer right now. Misfortune historically is one of those carries that really likes that item, because again, she procs it really easily. And so just building a build where you are building good items and you are strong, your ult's going to do damage. You don't need to prioritize building around the ult, and then you're more effective when you don't have it, which is something that I think a lot of people don't consider.
Yeah, and I think that's something people really should consider more. Not every champion is just their ult, even the ones that play really heavily around it. Speaking of playing around things, Gar playing very well around the early game advantage he's getting, but also on the bot side, Jaeyoung getting engaged on here by Red v Blue. He pushes him back, but didn't go very far, and they'll all walk out, but Jaeyoung took quite a bit, and the return as well onto Fortune and Red v Blue is quite a bit. Jaeyoung does need to be careful. This is not Ezreal. You do not have as easy a time to get in there, and he flashes away as Fortune flashes forward looking for him with that Q. If that had landed, though, I think that was the end of Jaeyoung. It'd be Jay done.
I agree. It's so hard to say that that's worth it because you're trading 80 carry flash for support flash, but it is an Ezreal. I don't know.
Oh.
It seems pretty neutral to me. Resilient.
Oh,
Doing a lot of
yeah,
dodging.
dodging everything right there. Red v Blue trying to stop him from getting much damage out, but Fortune is very low, now missing mana too, so doesn't have a lot of ability to really stay around in this lane. Meanwhile, Locke showing up mid. Adermumi finding Gar. Fiendish is here, and it forces the flash out of Numi, who is still running, is not made it out yet. Gets hit with a second Q. Doesn't look like third, but Fiendish is around. I don't think he's going to try to dive it. Not enough minions in the area, and they won't get there in time. But still, that early pressure, that struggle that Kayle deals with, though she is up in farm.
She is up in farm. She does do deceptively well. Her trading patterns at level 1 are some of the best in the game, in fact. Getting that flash burnt early is really nice because it means Aatrox can play around that level 6 kill window a lot more effectively, especially if he's got XP up on the Kayle. And overall, it is just going to mean that Kayle has to seed a little bit. Meanwhile...
Oh, by the way, I found out what those little that little item in their inventory is.
All right.
It is the refillable potion.
So is it something special, or is it just refillable potion?
It looks like a little refillable potion, but they added a little holly berry to it, or mistletoe.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
There was a gank in the mid lane, and there was a response gank as well, but we're talking about items here.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking away. I looked away for a moment because I was like, I actually have a moment, I think. And of course, the moment I look away, the action happens. But
in your defense, Iplock ganked before you started to look away, so it was just we weren't on him.
Okay.
But yeah, we were in a bit of a lull state. Even though there's been a lot of trading going on, these teams are getting a little more scrappy in the second game as they start to settle into the series.
Yeah, and Jaeyoung.
Oh, we've got a big gank here.
Fiendish Feller is here. Oh, he's gonna bait him, root up the Rel, and get the first blood. You can't stop the Poppy ganks. And might even go for a second. Flashing forward, looking for Fortune. Hits him with the Q. Trying to maybe get that knock up. He's trying to block him against the wall. Barrier out for Fortune, but it's too much. Fiendish Feller gets the second kill.
I mean, that's as good as it gets if you are the Poppy and you're ganking. That's 2 kills to you. Unfortunately, your AD doesn't even get an assist, but as we take another look, I really like the target selection. Goes ahead and slams the Rel into the wall first. I'm sure that the assumption was, you know, Arcane Shift going on here, but does Fortune just not have it?
I think he used it earlier, like right at the beginning of the fight, so it's still not up. But I'm just shocked he doesn't have it. And he walked that far forward. Do you just not think Poppy is going to engage? Speaking of engages, Duckmark getting engaged on does drop the Arcane Vortex. Is that the name of it? I play him so much, I just call it the Vortex.
I think it's Arcane Storm. Because
Arcane
it was
Storm.
Chaos Storm, right? I think they just changed it to Arcane Storm.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what they had renamed it to, and I've just been calling it weird names since then. I was like, it's not my Chaos anymore. But, yeah, it drops that. Powerful, but not at the upgrade yet where it starts growing, so when it gets kills. So that part, that's scary. That thing could actually get you so many kills that you weren't expecting. People weren't expecting you to get when it goes through like that, and then kind of resets the time. But speaking of which, Fortune getting engaged on. The turnaround from Red v Blue, though. Lock is here. Jiang burns the ultimate. They're still trying to knock him up. They do get him knocked up, but is it enough? The flash out. Oh, just barely missing. That Q is going to prevent Fortune and the team from securing the kill. But with Jaeyoung, oh no, he's sticking around. Ooh, are they looking for something here?
Yeah, they're looking for a gank.
Fiendish is here, yeah. He's looking for the opportunity. Can the Poppy
make it come out of it?
Okay, I don't think anything's coming out, yeah. But they almost got the plate. Either way, it's still PTM up 1,000 gold right now with those 2 kills on the board, both on the Poppy. But we saw this same position last game, and it didn't end very well for them. So we'll see if they can continue this. Red v Blue and Fortune forced to back up. The Poppy has shown up. Ooh, there's the misfortune.
Oh man.
Yeah, the bullet time not enough. Just barely does not finish off Frozen, who is forced to flash to get out of there.
Excuse me. Yeah, you know, flash for flash, but that was razor thin margins there. Jaeyoung still sticking around. He cannot keep getting away with this. And he's going to dive here as well, by the way.
He is, but he does get stunned in it, so they are going to get this kill. The question is, though, will he get out of it? Red v Blue will fall. The Ignite is ticking, but not enough. The barrier forced by Resilient to make sure he lives. They get the kill, but I feel like they still used a lot.
They did, but I can't stress this enough. He can't keep getting away with it. How did he live?
You just can't milk those.
I guess. That's
oh, God.
2 times in like 30 seconds, maybe a little bit more, that he just walks away on 1 HP with not a care in the world. And, man, yeah, that's really, really solid work from Resilient and Jaeyoung, you know, the spot lane, working well together. And, of course, you had Fiendish Feller there to cover in case there was another play, a faster play that could have happened. But even at the slower pace, they are completely fine with it.
Yeah, Jaeyoung, I know a team in the LCS that needs a support. You interested?
Which one?
Yeah, I think a lot of them would take a support that can play like that. But speaking of plays, Aeternumi going up, double ganking up on the top side. The counter gank too with the Poppy. Gonna knock Lock out. And now they're looking for Aeternumi. Doesn't have the ultimate used yet, but is forced to use that flash. And he'll back on out of that. Jaeyoung was looking for the engage, but just barely misses it. Things are slowing down a bit.
They do get the flash out from the Kale there. Aeternumi does have to go ahead and burn that. Probably, I don't know, it might have been more worth it to go ahead and use the ultimate if you were worried, but you might be worried about CC more than anything, and that doesn't really help you then. Overall, great heads-up play from Phantom Troupe there. Really good stuff from Fiendish Feller. He's been in the area every single time Iplot goes for something. And, engage here.
Yeah, Red v Blue getting pushed into...
Oh, no.
the Misfortune. The Misfortune ult, though, is splitting everyone. The bullet time coming through. Locke is down here, though. Jaeyoung trying to buy some space. I don't know if he's getting out of this one. He is not. He will fall, but they'll trade support for support. Dark Matter's on the way down as well. Resilient just chasing after him, poking, trying to get that little speed up going. Aeternumi on the top side, also very low. Rise in the mid lane. Frozen Turd just pushing on that turret. Decides he doesn't want to join his team on the bottom side. This might just be a wash. Just let him take the plates. And I'll get the plates in the mid lane. Oh, the Hex Flash from Fiendish Feller. Oh, Resilient has backed, though. Locke might look for opportunity. Fortune is low, though, and Dickmark could, at some point, decide to just finish him off with the laser, but they're just going to all back up. Oh, my. That production just pointing it out. That CS lead in the bot lane is, it's pretty big.
It's substantial, but I mean, it's made up in bits and pieces in other places as well, right? You've got 12 CS for the Rise. You've got 11 CS for the Xin Zhao. Now, that's evened up by the 3 kills that Poppy's got, but, you know, it does help stem the bleeding map-wide, as we're going to get to see the dragon spawn here, and I don't know that we'll see a full contest. I think this should probably go to Phantom Troupe, all things considered, especially given Poppy has that Keeper's Verdict available.
Yeah, and they've also got the full items as well on the AD carry, which they do not have yet for the Ezreal. I mean, it makes sense. He is building tier into, it looks like, in Triforce, so makes sense. Frozen Turd on the flank. Fiendish Feller, though, looking for the engage potential, gets the passive hit, but not much else. And, ooh, Resilient getting ignited on the bottom side. It was going to get half health, is sticking around, so that's Flash, Ult, and Ignite down for the Rel. I don't know what engage they were trying there. They also got Fortune's ult, too.
Flash.
So yeah, all right.
Consider that worth it, but here's the engage.
Yeah, they're engaging onto Locke, who throws out the ultimate, running away from there. There goes the Arcane Storm. Bullet time coming on over the top. It's only really getting red v blue, and he's still alive and does finally fall to Resilient, but does flip him, and now he's very low. This could be the turnaround here. Fortune has a lot of poke potential. Might want to throw one at that bush, buddy. Oh, a little late, though, on that, so the victor will get to back out. And it's just a 1-0 right now. But despite winning the fight, PTM is the one forced out of the Dragon Pit for now. The teleport back in from the victor. He's coming back around. Fiendish Feller and Jaeyoung also in the area. This might be a trap. They may have sprung on to Bra. Oh, the dash out. Only Locke takes the damage there. There goes the Hex Tech ground. Now can Fortune...
This is dangerous for both sides, honestly.
I think it's more dangerous for the side of Bra, as they do manage to not get... they don't get it. PTM picks up the objective. They get 2 kills, though, Bra, and they might make it a third. They do trade back their Ezreal, but they do pick up 2 kills, a double kill going the way of the Rise. And now Locke and Red v Blue going in for Resilient. They will find that kill, too. 4 kills for 1 go the way of Bra. They may have lost the Dragon, but they win the fight.
So now it's my turn to ask you, Rap Terror. How do you feel about that trade? Do you think the dragon was worth it?
I do not. I absolutely do not think that dragon was worth it. It's a single Mountain Drake. You're not getting another this game. As much as that graphic tries to tell you otherwise, that is not going to be the soul. And you gave up all those kills. You gave a shutdown from the Poppy. I just feel like there was so much that went the way of Bra, and that's not what you want to see, especially with how low they started this fight out.
Absolutely. It's really, really well done, especially by Iplock. You get that healing, and then you're getting the healing as well just from, I don't even know what, but he's going to end this fight at significantly more health than he starts it at. Frozen Turd doesn't go down either, which is just a big blow. And overall, it really, well,
Oh. Okay, then. We come back to live, and just Duckmark immediately blows up. Frozen turning on the top side. We saw Gar go down, too.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot just happened. So it looks like we saw the flash from Aeternumi. I think the ult also went off.
Oh, Aeternumi might...
Okay.
Yep. Fiendish Feller are going to pick him up. Now, Red v Blue are going to try to get in here with Locke on and Jaeyoung. Still got to be careful. This is a 4-1 Poppy, but that is a 3-0 Jin Zhao, so potential, but they're going to back off now, and doesn't look like they're going to trade anything else. Gar going to teleport up, though.
Indeed, indeed. Really nice response there. You know, the Poppy obviously came from the mid lane where they were able to get that kill onto the Rise, and it wouldn't happen again, would it?
No, surely not. Oh, but on the bottom side, Fortune. Ooh, has a lot of poke. Okay, Herald is the startup now for PTM. They're going to get this pretty easy at the burn down. So objectives going their way. There goes the Mystic Shot.
It did look like the call was to let it go, so I don't think you're too worried if you are Battle Rift here, because it looks like they just basically said they've got the tempo, they're holding strong, we're going to back out and let it happen.
Yeah, they don't want to give up the lead they've started to build. So they were down 1,000. They've now managed to bring this up to being just ahead 300 gold, basically. Even at this point, just a boot difference. Basically, it's just the boots on the Rel. That's what you got. You got Rel boots. It's the advantage right now. But I think that is showing, though, that they like we said, we were concerned about them in this game, and if they can pull it off, but they are starting to come back. The question is, can they get more as Red v Blue goes in onto Brazilian? Everyone flashing forward. They really wanted that one. So that is going to be another kill going the way of Bra. It goes to Locke, who's not really who you want it on. I mean, I feel like you really want it on the Ezreal, but it's not a bad target to have it on.
Point of order there. Nobody flashed.
It looked like they had. I think that was Ezreal just jumping in, and it just happened to be where Jin Zhao was. Oh, on the top side, Aranumi getting engaged on. Doesn't have the ult, though, and will go down. Fiendish Feller going to pick that kill up. I guess I'd use that ult just as that fight is breaking out. And again, the fighting just continues. Iplock looking for maybe Duckmark. Going on in. Ooh, Jaeyoung burns the ultimate, too. He's going to knock up Red v Blue, who is getting very low. Goes into the shield, getting stunned up. Gonna have to flash now to get away. And Fortune still going forward to trade. Iplock very low. Red v Blue very low. Not a lot of mana either. But Fortune, look at those hits. Look at those blasts. On the other side, though, Miss Fortune is on her way down. Oh, Iplock. Fortune, sorry. I was so surprised I couldn't even got their names wrong. But he just destroys Jaeyoung. And now, Resilient, though, has decided to avenge his support and just slowly walks forward and guns him down.
They got to give you a break. This is just fight after fight after fight. They are bloodthirsty in this game. We're at a kill-a-minute action right now, and I was going to comment, I don't know, half a minute ago on how nice Fiendish Feller is playing this entire game. Every time he's either there to respond to a play or he's on the other side of the map setting up a play, there's always a counterpunch from him. And it's just been showing in the way that they're able to consistently stay just a little bit ahead of Battle Rift here. As the next dragon spawns, this is about as even of a game as you can get right now, so...
Yeah, 500 gold difference. Gonna be Chem Soul this game, so the first Chem Dragon is up. Vision lines being established, mostly in the favor of PTM right now. They are going to get the Scuttle as well, so they maintain the vision control as they get ready to start it up. No one else in the area, so I think Braz is going to give this up. Again, it's one of those Drakes, like a single Mountain Drake, where it's okay to give up 1 or 2 chems, but Red v Blue clearing wards, gets caught out. Everyone just bounce housing him around. He's trying to jump, can't even do that. Does manage to pull everyone in with the Vortex, but it will not be enough. Jaeyoung going to be the one to secure that kill, and that should be a free dragon for PTM. Again, just a single Chem Drake, not the biggest stat thing in the world, but they add up, and those kills add up, and that can be all the difference later on.
They go for Otacon here?
I think they are, yeah. They're starting up the Otacon.
Well, you definitely do if your Rise is over. What? I guess he gets out. Okay.
Yeah, he does get out. So they are going to at least let Frozen Turd get away. But, again, Otacon started up. 5 members are here, though. There is a teleport coming through from Gar, so he will be gone, turning this into a 4v2 because got to stop this Kale, who is just getting to free farm, and I think that might be something they might want to watch out for. But now,
out of
there goes
the
Poppy ultimate. Here comes Aranumi. Gets the ultimate. I feel like you go forward with that, but Frozen Turd now dealing with the Arcane Storm. They got Otacon, but can they get anything else? Jaeyoung pushing everyone back, though Bra continues advancing forward. Can they find another pick? The Misfortune is trying to back on out. Oh, didn't get to. Resilient got stopped. Took some damage there, and now they're pushed under the turret. Fiendish Feller getting a little separated. They're still trying to get this back. Iplock trying to look for Resilient here, but he may have gone too far forward without the rest of his team getting a lot of damage onto him, and Jae Young will pick up that kill, but they will lose the outer turret in the process. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Aatrox pushing forward to break that turret down, and it's gonna be Frozen Turd to answer him, but yeah, just the fighting and the fighting, it just keeps going, it never stops.
It just doesn't. I apologize to your voice for this game, but
my voice is fine. My voice is good.
good. You're gonna need it, I think, especially if we see this game or all of these games, this series go as even as it has been. This could easily go all the way to 5 games, and I think Red v Blue is gonna be fine here. I think I would have liked to see just keep the Kale on the top side, let her do some farming. You know, she's getting up there in levels. If you give the Otacon, you give the Otacon, but you kind of have to either fully give it or have everyone there to contest before it spawns, and when you don't, it's a little hard.
Yeah. Ooh. Fortune just taking so much. Resilient is so powerful right now. Has the Yomus, has the Collector, just a lot of damage coming through for the side of PTM, and it's still a close game. It's only 700 gold, despite the kills, despite those turret plates, despite the objectives PTM has gotten. They are still basically tied with Bra.
Yeah, Battle Rift has done a good job just maintaining fundamentals, right? The CS numbers are in favor of them mostly, and they've just been doing a good job of keeping gold close as a 2v2.
Yeah, they're gonna just balance out Hater Numi, who, I know, honestly has been quietly scaling this game. Just so, like, that's what you want, Kale. You don't want her to be the center of attention. You just want everything to be quiet. Yeah, she died twice, but still is up 10 CS, 177 CS right now, looking very solid. Almost done with her second item. Like this, like Kale, once Kale gets to, 18, has the 3 items online, yeah, that starts to be a worrying point for the side of PTM. Like Kale can basically replace your AD carry. And yeah, we've said there's not really a strong front line, but so far it seems like the focus from PTM has been on Red v Blue and Iplock and Fortune, and they've just mostly left Ader Numi alone. So I'm worried in a fight, if they focus those guys, if Ader Numi's just gonna get free hits as the Kalen, that can definitely hurt when she's max level, as we do enter another pause.
All right, well, going to a pause here. I do have to say that I think you're spot on with a lot of this stuff. I just wonder if what we've got going on here is going to be enough defense for PTM. We talked about a lack of defense for Bra, but like you're probably going to get a Zanya's, which doesn't really help with the Kale and the Rise, right? From the Victor. You could see a Hex Drinker from the Aatrox here. You know, Misfortune can buy GA, can buy Maw of Melmortius, which is actually what I meant for Aatrox as well. But it all is a little... You're indexing into defense there because you have to, not necessarily because you want to. And that could be important as we move to 3 items to 4 items if we get there and beyond. You know, that is gold that you might be spending in a place that you don't want to, just to stay alive once this Kale is online. Because as you said, she is scary. She hits level 16, she gets a range increase. She's always firing those waves. She gets death cap and whatever she chooses as a 3rd item here, and she's just fully online, ready to run your comp over if you don't deal with her.
Yeah, so it's like a ticking time bomb, and the clock continues to tick. But we are still in a pretty neutral state. PTM has clawed back the 1,000 gold that they had earned earlier in the game, that lead. And Dragon up a minute 20, Baron up in a minute 10. I feel like we're going to see a fight around Dragon, and whoever wins that is going to get the Baron and could really blow this game wide open. Despite like how strong PTM has looked and how they've been looking in these fights, the map state is pretty even right now, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. It is pretty even all across the board. We do have, more outer turrets for the side of Battle Rift Assassins, but it's kind of evened out by the fact that the objective lead goes in favor of Phantom Troop here. So at the end of the day, you're right. There's 1,000 gold lead. You index scaling, you index level advantage, which is still somehow on the side of Battle Rift here, and it's pretty much even, I would say. Um, we'll see how the fights go. I think a big indicator of who's winning these fights so far has been that Keeper's Verdict, and especially the ability to mitigate the Keeper's Verdict by playing back in mid-range, by looking for these different pieces of, you know, just play back a little bit until we get our Zinzao back or until we get our Rel back. If you can hit 2 or 3 people away, the remainder are going to struggle. But when you're only sending one away against a comp that can kind of stall, it can be a bit tricky.
Yeah, and that stalling a fight could be really important depending on the positioning of everyone, but it also, could just give time for cooldowns to come back up. It just depends how you could play after it. If let's say you ult out 2 members, but you don't fight until they get back, well, that's just kind of wasted that ultimate. So it's really on the rest of PTM to utilize Fiendish Feller's ultimate and whoever they knock away, like really maximize that time before they can get back. And Dragon up in 40, ward vision lines established. PTM definitely again with the inside track gets both of those bushes warded up, though they are getting cleared out. Scuttle this time going the way of Bra. And on the top side, Adernumi getting another turret and continuing to scale that gold up. He's probably going to back and be ready for this fight. I think this is now the time that Kale can start getting ready to group with the team. He isn't 16 yet, but she's pretty powerful. I want to see what she backs with. She hasn't backed in a bit. Okay, Rabadons. That's the item.
I suspected it might have been.
Yeah. So a lot of damage there.
Tech alternator is going into. That builds into Storm. Well, I don't think it's Storm Surge. That builds into Shadow Flame, right?
Yeah, Shadow Flame would be good in this situation. I still think I would prefer seeing a little bit more Omnivamp coming through, or like a Riftmaker, but that can come later. Okay. Teleport coming through. Jae Young looking to go for it. Iplock goes back in, throws out the ultimate, stands there with the circle guard and is trying to get away. Does flash on out. Red versus blue now. The next to enter into the fight. Adernumi had been pushed out, but is now marching back forward. Now Fortune trying to duel Duckmark. Did get the Arcane Storm out too. Ults burned across the map. The only one still standing with anything really is Adernumi. And while the dragon is started up by PTM, Adernumi... he's just kind of standing there. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. Bra is going to let the dragon go for free, and kind of confused a little bit what just happened.
I don't think Adernumi was there. I was doing my counting in that fight, and I don't think Adernumi was there. I can't tell where he would have been aside from walking that way, but I think he showed up late, and by the time he showed up, it was sort of already done. The health bars being what they were, it was just a fight that was hard to re-enter for this KO, who really wants to be there when the initial engage happens, so that you're not, as you were saying, you're not the focus, right? You're not the one that people are putting the damage onto.
Yeah, and I thought it was odd, because I swear I'd seen her around mid, but now Iplock and Red v Blue going for Fiendish Feller, but Red v Blue getting pushed back into 3 members. Blast Cone is broken, so we'll have to try to run, but it's just slowed eternally, trying to get the speed to see if they can get out. Gets the stun back, but will finally fall. Duckmark grabbing that kill. They look like they're jockeying around the Baron, which also, I don't think we pointed this out earlier. We've got a cute little snow outfit.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, great little outfit, but back into the story of this game, Baron is started up. They decide they want those mittens. They want that hat and those earmuffs. Those are PTMs now, and Bra, can they stop it? Can they hold the line here? Frozen Turd getting a lot of damage onto Duckmark, and now the members of Brawl immediately turn off, looking to maybe collapse onto this rise. 4 members here, 5 members. They all have gone off the Baron. Oh, what a beautiful play from Frozen Turd. Yeah, he's going to die, but you drag 5 people off the Baron, you let it reset, and look at the Kale. Ader Numi is just shredding, already taking 1 turret, looking for the inhibitor turret. They're forcing Victor to back to deal with it. They're starting up Baron now. Iplock has had time to get back here, get back to full health, and this could be an attempt to steal. Red v Blue looking for Gar. They don't know Iplock is in the area. They don't have any vision. The inhibitor turret has fallen. I don't know if Ader and Duck, I don't know how this fight goes. I think it goes bad for Duckmark. Ader Numi does take a lot, but does have the ultimate, and that could do a lot. Does do quite a bit of damage. Turret gone in the mid lane as well. They're taking another. Can they steal it? He's inside. He's looking for it. He does not manage to get it. Resilient's ultimate does help secure that for the Poppy, and Resilient will pick up that kill. Now Red v Blue trying to run on out there. Does drop the redemption, trying to slow down the members of PTM. But while they did get the Baron, their base and their turrets, they lost a lot of them there. And despite getting the Baron, despite those kills, the gold lead actually shrank.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really good macro play, and it was so well done. I was going to call out, they've had Ader Numi split pushing a lot, filling the same exact role as he was in Game 1 on the Yorick, but this is a Kale. This is a champion that obviously can split push, but it's not like that's her identity, and she's just been doing a great job of taking the objectives that she's being given. I'm not. Yeah, I guess the Dragon's in a mid 40. They broke the first turret. I guess they're just making a play on the bot side here.
Yeah, I think it's. I feel like a Kale is almost like you could almost identify her as a late game split pusher where she just plays normal and then just split pushes until she gets the stacks. But fight breaking out here as Gar has been found by Iplock, and now Jaeyoung trying to get in on to this. Yeah, what is going on in this fight? Is Resilient going to pick up that kill onto the rise? Iplock goes in, but Fiendish Feller going to pick him up as the rest of the team cannot just fall forward. I don't know why Braw's members decide to push that deep without the rest of the team, but it's now going to cost them the mid-outer turret. It's probably going to cost them mid-inner turret, and man, with that kind of cooldown, it's probably going to cost them the inhibitor and its turret as well.
Yeah, that was really, really well done to split the fight like that. I'm not sure why they stuck around that mid-outer for so long. It definitely was going down if any amount of... What? Okay, I guess Aatrox is dead. Sorry, if any amount of pressure was put onto it. You saw it too, right? I was shocked when that Deathbringer stance proc took Aatrox from, like, what, about a quarter life to 2/3?
I thought it was weird. I was like, wait a minute, why is his health suddenly back up? And then I honestly hadn't noticed he had Death Stance already. So I'm going to watch this fight again and see kind of all the chaos that happened here. But it kind of starts out with when Jaeyoung finds, I think this is, no, it's Gar. Gar finds Iplock, and that starts the fight over here on the side.
Yeah, and this is really good heads-up stuff from Gargoomba to put another angle here. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, I just don't know about all this. Yeah. Oh my god. 1300 HP.
Absurd. And they get the double. But I just noted on our in-play that the dragon went the way of Braw. So they have 2 now on the board as their inhibitor. They managed to hold it, so it hasn't collapsed yet. They're holding the line. I don't know how they got that dragon, but they did. Maybe they caught PTM backing a little too late, especially when we already had that timer pretty low before that fight started. Now, Baron up in 2.5 minutes. 4 minutes, 20 seconds until the next Chemdrake spawns. It's going to be these bottom turrets that are now the call to start out on. The gold lead is 2K. It's really not that much, I think, at this point in the game. But, ooh. The engage now onto Fiendish Feller. They find a good route, and now it gets on out. The ultimate coming over the top. The bullet time is massive. Hits 5 members. Gar does take Red v Blue, but the damage from the Kale ult was pretty big. They got to be careful, though. They are pretty low overall on the side of PTM, and I want to kind of direct at the Kale, who is almost on 4 items, is level 16, is very comfortable in the position they're at, but yeah, they've gotta open up some room for her to be able to hit, and this might be their chance to try to do so. It block Frozen Turd trying to buy some space for Ader Numi. Oh, they do manage to get the shutdown on to Fiendish Fellow. They also get Gar. They're going forward. They get the root with the flash and manage to shut down Duckmark as well. Jae Young just going to hit this turret. Can he get it in time? No, he can't. The minions! The minions save the inhibitor.
I can't believe that the kill credit has to go to someone, right? It just goes to the minion. He executes.
Yo, I want that minion on the damage feed after this. Homie put in the work to get the kill, and
He
they
really
earned
did.
it. He did.
Honestly, shout out to that whole wave.
Wait, they're not gonna turn
are,
this whole
yes.
game, are oh no
Yeah,
way.
absolutely.
Okay, they're going right into the Resilient, who gets taken down. They get aced, and wait, is that gonna be the game? Are they
It
literally just
very
gonna
well
live
might
off
be.
of that? No
This is a
way, bro.
She's got a lot of damage here.
Brah, they catch PTM just trying to back very casually. They just pick them off as they're running away, but they don't. They divide up the deaths too much and don't have the time. And what? How did they win this game?
It's a play. That
I
was
don't
fantastic. They go
understand.
Nexus to Nexus on a great defense, and we were talking tempo the whole time, and it's just flawless execution in the moment when it really, really matters, and that's going to put them up 2-0. They're now on match point.
It didn't even feel like a fight. It just felt like, oh, they pushed a little too far and they were backing. A couple of them got caught out. It was fine, but they run it down the mid. Jae Young just dies, and I think once he died to the minions, they went, wait, there's one person alive for like 40 seconds. Can we win this? And then this literally was like, not like those things you see at the graph, like 90% win, 90% win, 99% win, and then boom, just a complete 0% at the last possible like just crazy that happened. And I think it's a sign you cannot count Bra out until the Nexus blows up.
I mean, yes, you literally just hit the nail on the head with it, because, like, what, do you play more perfect? They played pretty well there, but it wasn't enough. I would love to get a replay of that fight, as we see Kale just did so much to turn there. Like, that split push Kale was putting in work.
I want to watch it too.
Yeah,
see if
I don't know.
Maybe
Is
production might be able. Yeah, production doesn't sound like they're going to be able to, unfortunately. But man, that's wild. Like I didn't think the game was going to end there, at least not for Bra. I mean, I thought PTM may have ended the game, but then they started backing. I'm like, oh, they're going to get caught. Whatever. It's a reset time. Nope. Bra just goes for the jugular, and now they're up 2-0. Now this is 2 games now that PTM have had a lead and thrown the lead. Though I will give them the benefit of the doubt this time. This was a weird one, but it's time to start questioning, like, do they know how to take the game over? Like, can they get this game over the line with these leads? Like, how big a lead do they need? How much more dominant do they need to be before they can go, like, we have comfortably won this game?
Well, I think a large part of it was, again, the team comp was so different, right? We saw that, I said we have 2 off-tanky style things. Rel gets tankies, and Zhao can be fake tanky. But we really didn't highlight that the same can be said for, the other side until partway through the game, when we said, hang on a second, this could be a problem. And then it shows to be a problem. We see just a fight where, again, we're talking about a game where it took until the Baron fell until we saw those turrets going down from the side of Bra. And so at that point, I mean, you can only get so much done when you have to chew through 3 turrets.
Yeah, I'm just shocked, and like you got to ask now, what's the mental looking like for the side of PTM? Like, now 2 games this has happened, like where are they mentally right now? Because now you're on match point. If you lose one more game, you're out. You're done for the season. Like, the playoffs are a one and done. This is not double elim. This is single elim. And if it happens in the same way again, this has got to just be the most it'll just be the most painful way for the season to end. So I've got to believe they've got some way. They're gonna dig deep. They're gonna rebound. But I've got to see it. I've got to see them get a Nexus destroyed before I can fully give my confidence. But I see the potential. I see it there. I feel like they just need to push that. Just need to get over that last hump.
Absolutely. I think that's a great way of explaining it, right? Honestly, I don't even know what specifically you focus on because it's so hard to say when they had a good game, right? They had a really
Yeah.
good game. Uh, you can't say, go practice your game ends because we're
Yeah.
a little too late for that. But yeah, I don't know. I think the theory was good. I think maybe you look at substituting out the Victor for like a Vex if you want to have more of a dive, punish and really play into that. And it's not like they shied away from picking dash champions, so it would have helped, but it's just it's just a bit I don't know.
Well, we'll have to find out what they find if they can do it in this last or potentially last game. But first, we're going to throw it to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody, and welcome back. I hope your just sense of disbelief has kind of faded a little bit after we just saw Bra with a crazy upset, like turn the entire game on its head in game number 2, and they find themselves on match point. Honestly, I didn't think we would find ourselves here after 2 games.
I didn't either, but hey, listen. We've got an opportunity here. Reset. Yes, you only have one game to win or lose, but the game starts from neutral here. You still got to go through the draft and make it happen. I would love to see a hyper carry locked in for Resilient. He's been playing really well, and he hasn't gotten his hands on any.
Yeah, I kind of want to see him. I mean, the guy's has had Mel, he's had Misfortune. Give him something a little bit more traditional. I feel he's earned it. He's done quite a good job. On the other side, I want to see Adernumi be given something, like be rewarded with for your split push. Just give him something really cool to split push with. Maybe a Camille, maybe a something like
we talked about the Mundo.
Yeah, Mundo. Good options, and honestly, it's worked. Like we were talking about during the break, Adernumi has just become a split push god, and we thought of things PTM could do, but I don't know if they have the time, or if they'll have it for more than a game or 2 at most, that they'd have that answer. As we see the Varus and the Ziggs coming through. Answers, I'm guessing that's Ziggs mid, but could be Ziggs bot. Would be an interesting matchup there. The double poke. Nautilus going to be the next one for Bra.
I think this probably is a Ziggs bot.
Yeah.
It works really well into the Varus because you sort of play with range in a similar way to how he does. So, especially paired up with, usually it's the Leona, but it's going to be a Nautilus here. That's a nice bit of lockdown to help the Ziggs land all of his stuff. We'll see Pantheon. Oh man, so yeah, this is just a push lane in the bot lane.
Yeah, I've made this clear before, because I'm not a big fan of Karma anymore. I just feel like Karma doesn't do well as much in the modern game. There's just so many answers to her, though. Without it being a normal AD carry, that could be harder. You don't have anything yet for shield break. Malphite as well, though, is a good pick. The Sylas ban, very smart. If you're picking Malphite and Sylas still up, you need to ban it. You cannot allow that to be up. And especially if you don't know what the other mid is, they're much safer options. But so far, this is looking like a lot of big, long-range ability to engage and make plays from Bra. The Malphite ult, the Unstoppable Force, so powerful, could honestly just nullify having a front line entirely. So we'll have to see what they pair up around it. More jungle bans coming from PTM. They really, really are worried about their jungle pantheon here. And also just how much Locke's been able to do.
Okay. Well, this Pantheon doesn't have to go jungle. We have the whole top side, which he can be flexed through. We'll know.
But would you want to play Pantheon top into Malphite?
Honestly, it's not that bad. They added the passive pen, right? And he's got...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He got a decent early, but it's going to be Mordekaiser, which is even better and also has passive pen.
Yeah, so that's going to be a much better. So Assassins in the jungle, Beef in the top lane, Metal versus Refined... Rocks versus Refined Rocks. As the Ahri picked up here in the mid for PTM, their last pick could be their last pick of this series. What's Bra's response here? What would complete this?
No, but I'll take a little bit to talk about some of these other matchups. Ah, it is a Ziggs mid. It's a Sivir. Oh my god, that's an R5. Wow.
Okay, so now you've seen the Sivir. What do you think of these comps?
So top lane is gonna favor Gargumba, and I'm not 100% sure if he can get his way onto the Ziggs to, you really want to go after an AP carry, steal away that stat, really play around it, but you can also kidnap, the Kha'Zix out of the fight if he's going after your Varus. In the jungle, I think it's pretty even. I think Pantheon is pretty good, but I don't know Kha'Zix's matchups too well. Um, Mid lane, Ari's stronger, but Ziggs is fine. You're just a wave clear bot in mid, pretty much. And then bot lane, in a vacuum, it's not terrible for Varus. Sivir's gonna push back okay, and then much better past one item, assuming it's the Essence Reaver, but team fights, man, that Sivir is a home run, and it might be all the way out of the park.
Yeah, you thought Malphite was scary. Imagine how when he's running around faster after after he's got the ult cast. Kha'Zix loves movement speed. You know, he gets the invisibility with the ult, repositions. You give him that speed, lets him get even more, even further along in his repositioning. That's a strong one, and I will say I've played a lot of Kha'Zix. Now, granted, not as much into Pantheon, but I feel like he does well. Kha'Zix's whole thing really is that any jungler sucks into him on their own because I mean it's Kha'Zix. You win the isolation fight, and very few junglers ever compete that with you, unless it's Rammus because Rammus things, or maybe me. Yeah, not even Bel'Veth. Bel'Veth I think struggles too. Pantheon's real hope is that he's gonna get the stun, he's gonna get all that damage, then he's gonna get hit by a Q, and his hope is that he blocks that Q with his E. If he does, he can win the fight. If he doesn't, he probably is gonna die. Or if there's no one else around.
I was gonna say a lot of the more assassin-y type junglers can win into Kha'Zix, but you gotta really get the jump on him. So, we'll see if he can. It's definitely gonna be a pretty peaceful game for Pantheon outside of Kha'Zix probably trying to fight him at every turn. Just because he clears a lot faster, so he's going to be able to move around the map especially well in this matchup. Another nice silver lining for PTM here, Sivir is a really fantastic pick in this comp, but you're not really that grouped up, so you're not as worried about some of those ricochets unless you're playing around like a Dragon or Baron pit.
I agree. I think I agree with that. Speaking of Dragon and Baron, something they've got to watch out for on the side of PTM is Kha'Zix is one of the best solo neutral objective takers at early levels. Like the isolation bonus damage is actually crazy, and you can, as soon as Dragon spawns, you can solo the thing. You don't even need to buy an item. You can just solo it as long as you have your jungle item. So, and smite, like it won't take that long. So they've got to really watch for these neutral objectives. If they don't keep vision on it, Kha'Zix will just steal them away, and that could really snowball the game depending on the soul. I think it would be funny if it was Cloud Soul.
That would be, if the Cloud Soul on the team that I'm looking at down here would be terrifying.
I'm gonna call that Kha'Zix the Hedgehog at that point. He's got to go fast at him.
yeah. I think that's Malphite the Echidna as well.
Yeah,
right there with him.
It's getting chilly in here. What's that? It's just me moving too fast.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, so I feel like I give Bra the advantage here. Granted, I like PTMs, but it's just like you said, the Sivir's a home run, and Bra has made the impossible possible in these past two games. They made the comp that we thought had nothing going, like was all over the place last game work out for them. So I feel like I got to give it to them, but I might jinx it. So I will, I think, give it to PTM because I got to believe that this is it. This is their answer. They've got the Mordekaiser. He can't split push. If he's Malphite, he can't split push as much as the others. And Mordekaiser should easily be able to answer that. But
surely he won't split push, right? Like, surely we're not going to get a split push Malphite here, right?
If we get split push Malphite, I don't know. Just give the man the MVP of the season trophy if he wins on split push Malphite. But we'll find out as we get underway to the Rift, we're loading onto the map right now. I may have jumped the gun a couple seconds on that, but game number 3, this is do or die for PTM. They have to reverse sweep if they want to take this series, and Bra, they can win now. They've got 3 chances. Any win on any of them ends this series right here. So let's find out, does PTM have what it takes to play with the big boys, make it further into the knockout, or will it be Bra succeeding? May have been more than a couple seconds. I may have been a minute or 2 ahead on that.
I think we are ready to hop on to Summoner's Rift for a 3rd time.
Let's go. Ooh, actually, do we have any? No, none of these champions have the new skin. I actually realized, what Gwen skin did Gwen run earlier? Because she does have one of the new skins, and I don't think she ran Rainmaker.
I didn't look at it. I assume, I think most Gwens like Cafe Cuties.
Oh. I like the Rainmaker skin. I think that's like I said, I love the Rainmakers. So
there we
go.
Take 3. We're in.
We're a take 3. Best of 3. Still best of 5, but honestly, you might just say it's 3 and a best of 3. So we're on the Rift for game number 3. Hey, a snow skin. Frozen Turd lives up to his name and takes the frozen skin.
There we are.
And the Karma.
Varus
And the Sivir. Look at all these ice skin. Look at all the snow.
We did not get what is it? Is it there's a cold Varus skin.
There is. I think that's Articop Varus. I thought that was Ice Queen, or was it the Winter Wonderland Karma? Yeah. But now she stepped out of the bush. I realized
that's ruined, right?
Yeah, it's ruined. Man, there was a snow skin. We could have had more snow. That's okay though. Oh, good. It's already snowy enough on Summoner's Rift, and
that's true.
All right, Locke is hiding down in his bush. I think the interesting thing for watching with this Kha'Zix is the order of the upgrades. Some Kha'Zix do change that upgrade order. Ooh, nice hook there from Red v Blue already onto Jae Young, who's now got to start running away, confused with the emails. He's like, what's going on? Oh, the flash forward route. They get the ignite down. Will they have enough damage? Oh, the boomerang does not return. They get another hook onto this Varus. Oh, no, already a rough start to the lane for PTM. They get a little bit of a trade back onto Fortune, but that is not how you want this to start out.
Yeah, that is a lot of early lane pressure, and Sivir is not, like, known for early lane pressure, but if you're able to hit your shots, especially those boomerang blades on both sides, you end up doing a deceptively high amount of damage, so we will have to see if that can be maintained here, but so far, a lot of early push. They'll get it to the tower, which, you know, should be fine here. Varus gets that additional auto attack damage when he takes his W. And again, we did a lot of setting up matchup expectations, both all the time or throughout the game and right at the start for the laning phase, but let's talk a little bit about clears really quickly. So we are going to see, I believe this is a full clear for both sides, and it looks like Kha'Zix is at, oh.
Fortune gets the first blood there while we look away for a moment. Jae Young goes down, paying off on that level 1 shove. Red v Blue might be looking for the hook. Oh, just barely misses Resilient.
Yeah, nice flash on that one. That Karma just disappeared. That is just really stellar positioning and play so far from the bot lane of...
Oh, Fiendish Feller's here, though. They might be looking for this early gank here, trying to stop the pressure, trying to regain some control. Fortune on the run. Fiendish flashes forward, looking for him, burns the barrier, but isn't going to find it. Oh, though they do trade for the AD carry. They lose Resilience, so they do get the double kill going the way of the Pantheon, but it doesn't really fix the lane pressure issue since Resilient died.
It does help because now Sivir is summonerless, which is a bit of a questionable decision on her part, but we are going to see the Koh come into her inventory and the Tear go into the other. I feel like I missed something. Malphite is winning.
He is. He ran AP. He is rock solid in this lane. It's hard to start the Malphite. I feel like Mordekaiser struggles a bit more until at least level 6 into some of these matchups. And Malphite has decent early clear, especially with those changes they made a couple years ago with the W that lets him make it AoE, like a hit. That's been very good. Ooh, hang on. Jae Young. Oh, gets hit with a hook again. Dude, you saw them. I don't think that was where you wanted to stand. Locke looking for him, and he will pick that kill up. Feet of Warfare going the way of Bra, and the Kha'Zix is on the board.
Yeah, just really, really heads up stuff being in the area, but red versus blue, I mean, he's got an aimbot on these hooks, no?
Awesome. Like, I feel
Look
like
at
he saw him.
that.
Why would you? I know, but he saw them back, stop backing, walked over, and continued to back in a hookable area. I don't know. But Locke
You're
picked
not
it up.
wrong. The hook was questionable at best, I will say, but
Yeah.
you got to play a little bit smarter than that.
Yeah, and that honestly just really big of Red v Blue. Like that's just he's just doing very good on these hooks. He is playing this Monaco. There's another one. Jaeyoung gets hit again. They're looking for Fortune, gonna tether him up, but Resilient can't get through Red versus Blue to get to Fortune. It's just he will not allow him to pass.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus is not a warden. He is a catcher. He's playing like he's both right now, which is impressive to say that. Oh,
Oh,
all right.
again?
All right.
Jaeyoung! Oh, there comes the ult from Ziggs. Isn't going to find anything, and she will get the heal off the enhanced tether, but still, oh my god, this is just brutal.
Why did it turn
Jaeyoung.
blue?
What turned blue?
The Ziggs ult turned blue.
Oh, interesting. Maybe that's the pause. Because it did seem like it didn't do much damage. Would be funny if it just glitched and turned into a team's one. But yeah, just absolutely crazy coming out from the Bra bot lane. Red v Blue is just doing just so good
Sorry.
of a hit. Yeah, I have nothing else to say on that. He's just hitting every hook. It's like Jaeyoung is like a fish, and he's like, ooh, what's that? Worm on a hook? Ah, they got me up. Okay, I'm wary. Ooh, another worm on a hook. Ah, oh, they got me again. Ooh, what's that? Another worm? Like it just keeps eating these hooks.
Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
yeah, I honestly like this has been a very good series from both supports. And I do feel bad for Jaeyoung because Karma is a champion that like you don't get to really shine as a support on. You can only I feel like as a support player when you're playing Karma, you can only look bad. You can't look great. You can only look okay because you're just doing what Karma's supposed to do, and there's not really high outplay potential. And but if you don't, you just look really bad. And I feel for him because this is a rough time to find yourself in when like what do? You can only throw Qs.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough situation, especially since Karma really likes sort of setting the lane tempo, and when that's not the case, when it's the opposite, when you're getting bullied back, it can be really hard to play that lane. You know, you were talking about it there, but even if it was just, you know, like, I don't know, a Pike, for instance, right, also usually likes to set lane tempo. If you get put behind like that, it just feels real bad.
Yeah.
I did want to take a second. I've talked about this on other Titan streams, but
Mhm.
I want to take a second to talk about Sivir items because I am a Navori hater. I don't think you need it. And we haven't seen any build yet. The longsword is almost certainly building towards Essence Reaver, but I would love to see Navori get skipped in this game.
It might be. Is that usually like second item with Sivir? If
It
they're
tends
building
to be
it?
second or third item, yeah. I feel like it
Okay.
delays a lot of what you can do. Um, it
I feel
just when they've changed her ultimate so that while your on the hunt is activated, auto attacks reduce your ability cooldowns anyway. You just don't
yeah.
need it because you're
Yeah.
gonna have your ult.
Yeah, I find Navori's better for champions that need cooldown, but like to weave it in between their other abilities don't have access. Something like, I don't know. Ooh, another hook onto Jaeyoung. Oh, but I don't think they're going to be able to finish him because that Q already got thrown there. But still, it's just so much damage onto him. And look at those bouncing blades. They just keep bouncing.
They
Oh.
certainly do. They're not too scary yet, but that AD scaling does keep going up every time Sivir puts another ability point into that W ability. Those ricochets get very, very dangerous. And speaking of dangerous, Jaeyoung is dead if Fortune throws that boomerang blade, but I think it was on cooldown.
I think they're trying to bait with Locke. For Locke, I think they want to get Locke some kills here. He did only.
That would
He's
be
just going to try to
good.
clear the word. Jaeyoung, you have to know this is a trap.
Oh my god! Oh!
Down. Fortune gets one kill. Red people there.
In
Oh
the
no!
start wall?
Fiendish Feller is now in as well. Locke is hunting for him. Red v Blue is here. Fortune is here. He is isolated, so he will be taking enhanced damage. The stun not gonna go through. I mean, he does jump, but the barrier there, the Q's coming through. Fortune gets another kill, and it just goes from bad to worse for PTM.
Talk about beautiful execution there, and of course, you know, I said and the Starfall, but what do you do as Fiendish Feller? Do you just let your team die? Like, of course,
Yes.
the moment you see the engage, well, I mean, yes, but of course, the moment you see the engage, you throw out the Grand Starfall to try and save them. But you know, in a play that you set up to see it backfire like that is just rough. Because he was supposed to play the role of catcher, and instead he plays the role of, I guess, base runner? I don't know.
Well, PTM at least has a little bit of upside to look to elsewhere on the map. Top lane is starting to gain more control now, up almost 20 CS, mid lane up 10, and Ari looking to be in a good position, but this is a 3-1 Sivir now, and 2 assists. Sivir is becoming scary. There is the BF sword, so I think that should be Essence Reaver still, right? Yeah, first item, Essence, or ooh, actually, no, it should be Essence. But yeah, so just a very
this is gonna actually not be Essence Reaver. This is gonna be the Wild Arrows, Yuntal Wild Arrows.
Oh, Yuntals. Okay, yes, Yuntals. Thank you.
This is another one you can go for if you're more confident in your mana management, which this game has been decent. Sivir hasn't really been running out of mana, but with the Varus having the extra like poke ability in those neutral situations where you're hitting minions to refresh and you're throwing your boomerang as often as possible to match the Varus poke, it can be nice. This is more of a full team fight oriented build.
And I'm realizing it now because I see the little slingshot. That's always my signal that that's Yuntal's coming up with the BF start. I missed that. But I think Yuntal's, its problem for a lot of carries is just that it delays your spike because you have to wait to get all those stacks. But in this case, like, this has been a pretty free farming lane overall for Fortune. He really hasn't been pressured by Resilient and this Karma like you would expect him to be. And, you know, this is going to let him get to that 25 crit stack easier. So he'll have a much easier time when he gets the IE with that big enhancement to his crit rate. I think this is the build for this situation, especially if the mana isn't as big as an issue, like you said. And he could always get the Essence Reaver later, you know, if he feels later on like he's, hey, you know, maybe I didn't index enough into the mana. Maybe I need a little bit more. I also would like to see what his secondary... Oh, no, okay, he has the magical enhanced boots. Okay, never mind. I know his secondary's inspiration. I was going to say, could also have just skipped those and just gone Mana Flow Band, in which case you wouldn't even need Essence Reaver because Mana Flow Band. It's glorious. Now, Jaeyoung looking for Fortune here. The barrier going to go through, and they do burn the cleanse as well. So Fortune
on
just...
the hunt.
Yeah, and on the hunt. That's a lot to burn. I feel like you did not need that. Like, they weren't going to be able to trade.
I think what was going through Fortune's head there, especially with the cleanse burn, is probably... Well, hold that thought.
Yeah, I guess it won't matter if they manage to get this kill here. A flash from Resilient, but rooting up onto Iplock with those chains of corruption. Fortune, though, going to pick up that kill. So I guess not as bad. Oh, frozen turd from downtown.
So, first of all, scratch everything I said because I thought the chains of corruption got used on the Sivir there, which is not quite the case. I guess Karma just rooted her. We'll take a look back at this gank. It was a good flash to start it off, but so much damage, and you barely got out. And it just wasn't meant to be.
Just like that.
Going back to live, we're getting an ulting Ari, and we actually saw the Grand Starfall as well come down.
Yeah, it's starting to feel... Oh,
it's
no.
just not fair.
Jaeyoung. They can't keep doing this to him. Oh.
Can't keep getting away with it.
RB Blue, you said he was playing Warden and Catcher. I think he's playing more Hooker because he's just hitting hook after hook.
Does he go for this?
He might. I don't think he's going to because they've got such a lead. Don't even risk it. Like, they've got a bounty on Sivir at 12 minutes.
Dude.
And on Kha'Zix.
This is such exactly where you want to be as Battle Rift Assassins.
Oh, Fortune does him dirty again. Jaeyoung gets hit by the spinning blades.
So, for those of you who are unaware with how the boomerang blade works, it's progressive, right? So usually Sivir's throwing it at a minion wave and it does a little bit of chip because every target it hits decreases how much damage it does, and then it resets on the way back. So when you get an isolated hit and back, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it used to do more. I think it used to do true, and I think now it's just physical, right?
I don't know. I mean, Ari works that way. I don't know if Sivir
Oh,
ever did.
no, I'm mixing with Ari. You're right. You're right. Well, I knew it was some ability that goes back.
Oh, I thought that hook was gonna land. I was gonna
That
lose my mind.
would have
live
been
on
impressive from
camera.
Red v Blue. Oh, the flash in. They're looking for Frozen Turd. He's trying to bounce out, but the shutdown will come through. Fiendish Feller finding it. The hook though, back on to. Oh, here comes Locke. They find one. They're going to lose Nautilus, but now Fortune gets a big kill, a double onto the Ari and the Pantheon. Looking for another. Gar is here.
Burn.
Did lock up Fortune, who does flash over the Q. Locke, though, does manage to grab the Karma. Fortune will get shut down finally by Gar, but here comes Ader Numi. The ult from the Malphite is stopped by the flash of Gar. And, ooh, that was a nice Q there. Chains of Corruption coming out, but will not be able to spread to Locke. And PTM manages to find a fight. It was a little hectic, a little crazy, not everyone in there at once, and they finally found a shutdown for this Sivir, but oh, hang on, Frozen Turd looking for Resilient. He has no way out, and he is gone. Frozen Turd just auto-attacks him to death. Now the Grand Starfall coming in as they're looking for him. Fiendish, though, gonna get locked up by Red v Blue. Ader Numi trying to get a lot of damage in, but is very low. He has to run away. Fiendish getting low himself. The flash forward from Red v Blue. He is ballsy, and he doesn't get the kill, though, but Sivir will trade it back, so they get one. They lose the Ziggs in the process. Now they lock, grabs on to one, gets a second for the double, and the fighting just keeps going. It finally is going to stop as Duckmark decides he does not want to continue, and no one else wants to continue. And I honestly don't know who wins it all, but hang on, we're not done yet. Duckmark looking for Fortune. Gonna throw the Q. Did they hit him? They did not. He did barrier that with his E. And okay, now surely they are done for now.
That was 2 fights in 1. We got to see 2 fights for the price of 1 cast and 1 scene there. I don't know what we're about to take a look at. All right, it's gonna be the initial opening here. So Frozen Turd extends a little too far after this red versus blue hook doesn't hit. And it's a really good heads-up play at the start of this. There we are. And we just see they get the shutdown. It's really nice stuff. And then on the rebound here, again, it looks really good, but we're going to see Gargoomba sits in this brush, and that is a turning point because Jaeyoung's dead regardless here. So getting Fortune and the flash is a big, big deal.
It is. It is. Gar, honestly, that would have been so much worse if Gar hadn't at least been able to get that shutdown. So does help them out. And it was hard to tell. Oh, we're right back to a shutdown onto Locke. Okay. Well, that goes to the way of Fiendish. Oh, they're just lapping everyone up. Fortune trying to do a back. They do manage to get the jungler, but they're going to lose their AD carry again to him now. Red v Blue on his own, looking for Jaeyoung. He's going to find the kill. He surely will not walk away. Surely, yeah, he will not. Resilient picks it up now. Frozen Turd going. He's the kill onto Resilient. He's gonna bounce with the bomb. He's gonna get down with the bomb. Chiggy as he runs around, dashing around through those minions. Duckmark can't even keep up with the dash, and Ader Numi teleports in with the ultimate. Looking, Duckmark doesn't find the kill quite yet, and they both just barely live on slivers of health. Gar just pushing on the top side, but oh my god, just fight after fight after fight. We are almost to 2 kills a minute at this point.
This is action-packed. Both of these teams are putting everything on the line. First turret goes the way of Phantom Troupe, but they're going to have to work a little harder for the feats of strength here as both sides are at 1 apiece, and I think that's a dead six.
Yep, that was just from the Grand Starfall coming in. So I thought Bra had this, and then suddenly they get to this point, like that gank, they go, okay, we're just going to start fighting, and just all these kills going the way of PTM, bringing them back into this game, but still Bra continuing the push, continuing to get kills. Oh, Locke.
Sure, pick another fight. Why not?
Oh, yeah, just continue. Just why not? Just throw it. Blood everywhere. Blood for the blood god, as they say.
Goes for the skull throne.
Yep.
And the
That's what they're
Herald is
building.
going.
I don't know if Mord is really corn, but you know what? I'll accept it.
He definitely has been disgusted by the weakness of the Flash.
That he
Uh,
has.
we're gonna get to see
And he doesn't like
that Herald
tricksters.
go into go into the inventory of Gargumba actually, which I think is a nice touch there. Get him a little more solo gold. I think a lot of the time you do this big Herald play and it can be really successful, but a lot of it is because the Herald gets like one turret. And if a team really wants to do a full fight over one turret, then they are either going to beat you bad or they're going to get beat bad. If that Herald just crashes and gets killed, it's really not that great. And so if you just have it on a top laner where you drop it whenever something else is happening, that can be a lot more impactful.
Yeah, might allow them to make a push. Maybe actually they'll get the chance to split push now. The Mordekaiser, PTM split pushing. No split push Malphite this game, unfortunately for us, would have been funny. But yeah, this is becoming I think I was gonna say the very crazy back and forth, and now I look at the gold lead. It's it's only 1,000 gold difference. After all this chaos, it's only 1,000 gold difference between these two teams.
It is indeed. And I think that is a testament to the fight that Phantom Troupe still has, right? They're not backing down. They're actually doubling down. They're saying, "All right, yeah, we dropped the ball last game. 2 games ago, it sort of slipped through our hands in a less uh, solid way. There wasn't one clear throw there. Okay, that was last game and 2 games ago. Let's just keep playing our game. Let's make it happen. Let's increase our tempo so we're doing even more, even faster. And if you want to beat us, you have to beat us."
Yeah, and it is. The tempo definitely has accelerated in the last couple of. Well, it has accelerated, but now it's kind of slowed back down a bit. We've actually managed to stem the flow of kills over the last 3 minutes as Herald is dropped on the top side with Mordekaiser backing. Is he even going to get the charge off? Wait, I don't know if he's going to get the charge off. I feel like that timing. No, because they only got it. They didn't get it that long ago, did they?
I don't.
Oh, hang on. Jae Young
Okay.
getting caught by Red v Blue. Actually, it's Duskmark that gets found,
Oh.
though he is now separated from the rest of his team as Fiendish is trying to just keep everyone else away. Red v Blue forced to flash out. Goomba looking for Locke. Doesn't get him with anything, though. The Fiendish feller going on in. Does find the Sivir. That's what they're looking for. And he gets the Ziggs, too. Why not? Iplock caught in with Gar. Will go down the triple kill for Fiendish feller as Duckmark comes back on in, and oh my god, this series is so back and forth. These teams are so matched up, and it's still just blood everywhere.
I need you to keep your eyes on Iplock in this fight, all right? So first of all, this starts out with Jae Young almost getting his mid laner killed, which is really just not what you want to see. Just keep watching Iplock this entire fight. I need an explanation, and I don't have it.
About he was, I think he got ulted right before he by Mordekaiser
he was in the Death Realm. Okay.
Yeah, he was in the Death Realm the whole time.
I was like, why? If you're invisible there, why are you not trying to kill Varus? That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
The rest of the fight was really, really well played. The Grand Starfall did a lot of work to help catch out the back line of Battle Rift Assassins there. And once you hit the nail on the head in the immediate call, once you get that Sivir, and the Ziggs was not a factor either. That's a lot of the damage gone. It's all of the damage gone when Iplock can't do anything. So they divided and conquered really well, and the re-engage just left nothing but pain for Battle Rift.
And this is the there's the Navori for the Sivir as well. I don't know if we caught that. She did get that. So I feel like this is the point, the struggle with Sivir. Sivir hits a spike at 2 and then falls off until 5 and 6 items. There's that midpoint where Sivir, the scaling isn't quite that great, but she doesn't have all the items to enhance her just effectiveness. from like the attack speed and everything. But
This is
also
what I'm
she's
saying.
yeah.
When you forego this item, if you go IE, which you would already have, if you go, I don't know, even a Phantom Dancer, okay? If you really, really think you need the attack speed, which you don't, if you go for another item that makes you spike harder with a little bit of a higher cost, it will mean you spike harder on every item, right? Because if you've already got IE, it applies more value when you pick up your armor pen item, which you can do at 3 instead of 4. Then you can get your lifesteal item earlier. It all compounds from having that one item gone. And if you can play with On the Hunt, it doesn't even need to be there.
Yeah, and I feel like that's unnecessary, and it honestly just has probably delayed Fortune's power spike. But it's still a second item, which is more than we can say for Resilient, who unfortunately still struggling this game. Is not done with the second item yet, and then over here we got Fortune with almost his third item. This is the rough spot to find for the Varus. It's like yeah,
This is a
they're
very rough spot for the Varus. I mean, he just completes the Edge of Night, which is great. He doesn't have his tier fully stacked. He's eons away from getting a Manamune. Like he's doing his best. He's here to support the team right now.
So there is a build here for Kha'Zix that I want to see because I
Okay.
think it'd be very good, but I don't know if he's going to build it, and that would be it's Shield Reaver, isn't it? Or
Oh, Serpent's Fang.
Serpent's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, Serpent's Fang. So Serpent's Fang is a very good item, especially with all these shields from Karma, from Mordekaiser, and all of them. Like that's a lot of shielding. What people don't realize, it's just when you apply damage. And I've already seen Locke has upgraded the W for the
Yeah.
enhanced 3-shot. So if you get that item and hit the enemy team with the scattered W, you just break all their shields. It's so much value in that item for like if Karma AoE shields with her ult and you just hit the W, you've now just nullified an ult enhanced shield from Karma. And oh, Duskmark. Oh, so close to dying. The ultimate from the Ziggs will finish it off. Frozen Turd gets that kill. And now Fiendish Feller looking to get this kill on, and he does to the Kha'Zix. Goes unstoppable there, but here comes Jaeyoung. Oh, the double the way of the Pantheon. But that is going to be Red v Blue picking up the kill onto Fiendish Feller.
Flash, do it. There's no turret. Just kill
It
Jaeyoung.
is getting wild here.
I would have loved to see that. Fortune is gonna say, I think my flash is a little more valuable than that, but
Yeah. But yeah, so this fight has, just again continuing back and forth. But I do want to see it. I think Serpent's Fang would be so valuable. I've had games
agree.
where we're losing. You buy Serpent's Fang, game ends because the shields. Like teams are so reliant, no one ever buys it. It's so good. It's so situational because you need a lot of shields, but they've got those shields. You have a way to AoE apply it. Do it, Locke. You're far enough in your build. Get the Serpent Fang.
And it's honestly so good because not only is it doing those things, but it also gives you a bunch of stats that you really like on Kha'Zix for pretty cheap. It's not a very expensive item at all.
Yeah. You get lethality, you get attack, damage. Like it's perfect. In this scenario, it is a perfect item. And I think it would shut down anything Jaeyoung can do. It would make Gar's life hell. I just don't think there's a situation where that would not be the best. But, I mean, they don't really have the time for it because Dragon is up and everyone's sitting and hiding in the bush. Locke, got to be careful. You don't want to be the first in, buddy. Let Red v Blue go in as he looks for Duckmark. Gar still hiding in the bush, but now forced out. The W's, though. So even if he doesn't have Shieldbreaker, he still can apply all that lethality through the W's.
For
And
sure. I
Kha'Zix
would have liked to
goes-
see him jump onto Resilient there, but
there's the-
engage.
Yeah, the engage goes on in. Red v Blue finds him, but Resilient manages to pick up the kill. It's hard to get through that front line. And now Locke. Oh, Gar! He's on his own! He doesn't see anybody. He gets the ult down, and now he's on the other side of the wall, so they have nothing they can find there for him. Oh, Locke, what are you doing? You're all by yourself. He's forced to flash, but now they force everyone back
Sivir
there.
on the dragon?
Sivir on the dragon, just going to clear it up. They get that pretty easily as Adernumi just divides the whole team out and uses the ultimate to escape. What a big brain use of that. Here comes the Grand Starfall looking for Fortune. He's going to get to Adernumi instead. Fiendish Feller will pick that kill up. Continues to try to put the team on his back. and he gets another stun looking for it. Duckmark, though, will pick up that kill onto Frozen Turd, and PTM gets the gold lead. They get the fight, but they lose the dragon.
Man, this Pantheon is fed 12 kills now for him. I really like the fight geometry of it, but a few things I wanted to call out. First of all, Gargumba is a happy camper if he is clicking the R key on a Kha'Zix. Ideally, he's doing it... Well, let's hold on a sec.
Oh, yeah, hang on. Red v Blue has found the hook. They're looking for Resilient. They find him. Locke gets the kill, but they lose him in the process. Now Red v Blue looking around. Fortune looking for Gar. Almost gets him with the Q, but unfortunately, the Boomerang Blade is not enough. And now they're looking for him. Dart going for... I mean, yeah, Duck going forward. Is he going to find it? No, it's going to be Fiendish with another double kill for himself. And 22 to 22, 52,000 to 50,000. PTM turns back towards the Baron.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pantheon doesn't die here. So, a few things to take note of in this fight that jumped out to me immediately. First of all, this is a good engage. Fortune should not be chasing Gargumba. There's no reason to do it. If you turn and fight with your team, that's so much ricochet damage. Look at how they're all positioned there. It's just so much damage you get. Second of all, on the hunt, I think it wasn't up until, like, 2 seconds from now. Yeah, it comes up at the end of that. So I was wrong on that.
Oh, everyone's still here. They are slow on this Baron take. I think part of that is that Resilience so low and, I mean, weak, and they still get it. So they're fine. No one died. And now, what can PTM do with this? It's been a reverse the last couple games. Bra had the lead in this early game, but PTM is the one clawing their way back in. And can they finish it? Can they end a game?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that my bingo board has a few more numbers on it than it did last time around, because take everything and then lose the game was not something I thought would happen last time they grabbed Baron, so I'll adjust my expectations a little bit, but Jaeyoung just buffing up the wave, being super annoying, but Sivir is also, like, that champion. That is why you picked Sivir.
And we already see the IE has come out now for Sivir. She's got the Executioner's Blade as well to help with the healing coming through, maybe trying to cut that down. I still want to see that Serpent's Fang. I really think that could seal the game for Bra if they just managed to get it. I think that's kind of the direction they're going with it. Fiendish Feller. Ooh, that was actually Chains of Corruption from Resilient there. So that ultimate is down. Not going to be available for...
They'll get the turret.
Yeah, they do get the turret, but now... what else will they get? Can they keep this momentum up? Could this be Bra's opportunity to turn it around? They do have the Baron, but with no Chains of Corruption, potential for a play to be made. Locke hiding around. Oh, does get his spell shield broken. Turret will fall on the bottom side, and gold continues to stack for PTM. This Baron buff just is working wonders for them. And now... Bra trying to hold on to this bottom turret, but Sivir in the mid lane, they do manage actually with the Ziggs to grab that mid turret. The fight, though, called for the bottom side. Numi in trying to just stop them from getting anything, but he's not tanky enough. He does go down. They lose the Nautilus as well. They lose the turret. And in the mid lane, Sivir and Ziggs haven't got to back yet. This could be an attempt to push to end the game. PTM is continuing to go forward. Sivir, where are you going?
Where is she? I don't know.
What is going on? Like, they just runs over for Scuttle now.
Vision. The game is ending.
Yeah, Frozen Turd just straight up lets himself get killed. What is this team? Fortune and Locke. This is going to be it to try to stop it.
They can't get there. They can't get there.
Yeah, Nexus Turret is trying to. He goes down. They're trying to hold it. They cannot. And PTM. Yeah, they take the game. This is now a second just confusing ending to a game.
I mean, Arya was definitely trying to stop recalls because you had the majority of your damage, but I just,
I'm so confused. So I don't know if you saw, I was watching. She was still at the second tier turret and had forced them off. They had gone back to mid lane. Ziggs was standing in the bush just chilling, not even backing, and Sivir's taking Scuttle while they're pushing into their base. Just, what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. She runs all the way to Baron Pit. it's all very confusing. I don't understand what the goal was there, but I mean, yeah, I mean, so obviously, man, that Pantheon from that first fight around the dragon where he really popped off, he's just been doing everything
Yeah, and
through that whole
I
game.
I felt like it was such a good game for him. And it wasn't like it was a bad game for the Kha'Zix either. I felt like that was a good Kha'Zix game from Locke. It's just they didn't have, like, once Pantheon snowballed, it was so hard to stop them. Like, your really best bet is to get Malphite in there. And to be honest, Ader Numi did not hit that many Malphite ults. I saw a lot of whiffs there. I think the Malphite pick just didn't work out. The Ziggs also, I mean, you got that one kill with Ziggs, but overall, I felt like the Ziggs wasn't super useful too. It felt like it was just too much of an index of, hey, our bot's not had the greatest time. Let's try to give bot a carry potential. Let's give them a morale boost. But I think play through your top lane. Let your top lane be your victory condition. It has worked wonders for you so far. The Yorick was great in game number 1. In game 2, the Kale literally was why you won the game. Just go for it, man. Just put the eggs in that basket. Play what works for you. Though granted, that is a Mordekaiser, kind of the counter to a split pusher, and now that's off the board. But
Yeah, I
what's
mean it's gone
yeah.
now, but I think there were a lot of pieces to it. I agree that the split pushing was working. I don't entirely know why you would stop. Um, it was just there were a lot of small mistakes that were capitalized on by, you know, by the side of PTM there, and at the end of the day, that's what won them the game, right? Yeah, they clawed back this big lead. Yes, they won these fights, and they did it by seeing a small mistake, capitalizing on the small mistake, and then doing it again. They just kept doing it, and very quickly it brought them into a lead, and then it won them the game.
Yeah. And I don't want to give props to PTM because they played like I honestly thought Bra had this in the bag. They had the early game, they got their Sivir so fed, and then just start taking weird fights and just start feeding kills into the Pantheon. And I don't know. It was odd. It was an odd game, but PTM, they're on the board. They have a win. They finally managed to get it. Maybe that's the real thing here. Maybe I should just start assuming whoever wins the early game is going to lose because whoever's won the early game all 3 games has lost.
Yeah, well, again, game one was a little bit tricky because, it was so back and forth. Yeah, there was a small lead to PTM, but overall it was pretty neutral. But definitely the past 2 games,
Yeah.
I don't know how you make that any more clear cut. Because yeah, I mean, Sivir was a walking bomb threat through like 15 minutes, and then just disappeared. Like I don't know. I feel like most of the damage she output was in that time frame, and she just stopped.
Yeah, I honestly was just so surprised. It's crazy that like it's crazy that like the lead they got just wasn't able to. And I wonder, say, if part of that was that Navori, like you said, it just delayed the power spike, and she could have already had IE, could have had that extra damage, could have, that could have been the difference that killed Mordekaiser when they chased him. But it's one game. I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they just got a little too big for their britches after the success they'd had in the first 2. Just got a little in their own head and just too inflated ego. But that's okay. They still have 2 opportunities minimum. I mean, at least one more opportunity minimum to get this. Maybe a second, but I do like it. I do like that we have a series now. It's not just going to be a stop
Yeah,
in
I
terms of
agree.
score.
And I mean, it was close, but when you've got a sweep, it's a sweep, and a 3-0, especially after both these teams made playoffs. That's a good season. It
Yeah,
just sucks to fall short at the last step, right? And
it
in
does.
such a way. So, you can say we made them bleed, right? Even if this next game is the stomp to end all stomps, we made them bleed. We took a game.
And now, as they get ready for the next 4th game, which could again be our last game of the series, we're gonna go to a quick break. Everyone grab some water, reset yourselves because the series is gonna keep being wild. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you got a new change of pants, because I'm sure they're ruined after those last two games. That must have been stressful for fans of both teams. But we're in game number 4. PTM is on the board. We're 2-1 in favor of Braun. If PTM, wants to reverse sweep, they've got to continue it here in this game number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a really important statement game. We talked in the break about how it's just you need to do it because it raises morale so much. Even if you lose this game, you gave them a real fight, and it feels better to know that you could take at least one, right? Similar bans. I think Nocturne was a Phase 2 ban previously, so maybe there's something being left up here that Bra is looking to grab for themselves. Not sure what it might be, as we do see triple jungle bans still, just different junglers.
Yeah, it's going to be Diana, Nocturne, and Viego, and also the Wukong too, so 4 overall gone, and I mean, that pool has already been pretty pinched. 6 junglers already off, 4 more up there, it's 10. So what's next? What's the tier 2 of the jungle that they're going to be looking for?
We'll see where these folks go. Whoa. It's the Jarvan, which was previously on the ban list, so we go ahead and see that locked in for Bra here. Now, it was a very powerful pick in the past few patches. I don't think it really got clipped. I've been waiting to see this Yunara. It's finally shown her face.
It is. It's finally here. It's Yunara time. Alrighty, so that's coming up onto the board. The Jax as well. We talked about this, you and I did, about something maybe for the split push. But we're thinking more for Ader Numi, not as much for Gar, but I mean, he did a pretty good job with it last game on the Mordekaiser, so maybe they want to give him another chance at that.
Okay.
Kog'Maw. Ooh, boy. So if you want someone that can deal with a hyper carry, this is what you run. You take Kog'Maw, Milio. Not only do you get hyper carry Kog'Maw, you get the enhanced range of Emilio to enhance his already enhancing W range. Yeah, they're ready for him to shoot you across the lane because he's about to.
Does that get him out of range of a Blitzcrank hook?
That's a good question. I think it is shorter than a Blitzcrank hook, but I will
But
say I actually don't have that bad of a time playing Milio into Blitzcrank.
I was gonna say, if I gotta be honest, this pick is not that good.
Yeah,
It's really, really bad to pair with Yunara, who really loves enchanters, or like engage that's a little harder because she still has to kind of ramp up. It's like she has a built-in Rage Blade almost. And Blitzcrank wants something that's like snap, instant, done, and you
yeah.
just don't quite get that from Yunara. So
Yeah, plus Milio's Q has a pretty long range. I want to say it's about as long as Blitzcrank's Q. I've never really compared the two, but it's a pretty long range. So you can definitely set it up to hit him before he even can get the hook off. But also, even if he hooks your carry, flash ult, boom, now they're out of the CC. Now they can run.
well, I don't know the specifics of how that works in the hooks midair, but I do know that the knockup, which is, a likely candidate to follow, does not respond well to cleanses at all. You still have to
No, it
burn
does not.
flash in order to get out from that position. So
Yeah.
we're gonna see Nasus and Ornn. I was gonna speak on the fact that this Jax could go jungle. Looks like that's gonna be confirmed here, and it'll be Azir in the mid lane versus the Void itself at the moment. Although I guess in this game the Void is purple.
And also, yeah, that you don't really do that much with Milio, but on that earlier, I do want to say though that you give a shield, you give range, you give healing, you have a cleanse for if like Jax jumps on the team or you get hit by the end of the Ornn horn, there's a little bit of potential. I mean, knockups makes it harder. It doesn't do well with knockups, but at least with the Jax, like if Jax jumps on your team, at least you can get out. So not as bad, and the other mechanics are good. And you look puzzled.
Is this it? I mean, we talked about Yasuo is Gargoomba's most played champion, but surely that Ornn is going into Gargoomba's hands, right?
I would think. I feel like Ornn into Azir sounds like pain. I mean,
Yeah.
Yasuo into Azir sounds kind of like pain, but not as much because at
Yeah.
least you can dash away. But does Yasuo do well into Nasus?
It's like fine, I think. You sort of
Does
go around and try and deal with the Wither, I guess.
does Wither
like
is
it's
Wither's just
fine.
movement speed? It's not attack speed too, right?
No, it's attack speed.
Oh, then that's even worse because it's gonna increase his cooldown on his Q. Okay, so
This is
it's
true.
gonna be mid.
This is true.
Okay, it's gonna be mid. That makes sense. They
Okay,
have a lot of
okay,
knockups.
okay.
They've got 3 knockups already, plus I mean no 4 because they have Yeez. So 4 knockups for this team
Yeah.
to set up for the Yasuo. So I think that's interesting. I also think it's interesting they put Ader Numi again on a late scaling split pusher. He's
Yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah.
The
I-
OG
I-
split push.
I have a lot of problems with Nasus as a champion, and the main one is that he does way too much damage to towers at all stages of the game, pretty much.
And they put it in the hands of the of the split pusher himself. He split push Kale.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is John's split push that we have here.
Yeah, John split push is here and he is ready. But what do you think overall of these team comps?
I think Jarvan can create a lot of space for the Kog'Maw Azir to work. It's a pretty decent combo, just in terms of the fact that you can play from really far away. I think that there's also a world where PTM hits an Ornhorn, or Jax jumps in and flashes with a counter strike, or someone gets hooked and someone dies, and the entire comp just gets rolled over.
My question is, will Ornn be able to stay with the team? Because, if you leave an Nasus in a lane by himself, you might as well kiss whatever turrets were ahead of your inhibitor, no matter how many there are, goodbye, because it's Nasus. He's just going to two-shot a turret. So I think that's...
It's a bit interesting. I like Ornn from the comp perspective. I like Jax in the jungle with the way that this comp shaped up. But in the specific scenario of Nasus, Jax is not a bad pick there. It's a solid answer to what Nasus is trying to do.
I think so, but I feel like that's harder in the jungle role because you're the jungler. You have to be there at those neutrals. Like you were the smite. So does that mean then that they're gonna like he has to answer it, and then if he has to come to an objective, who's the one answering? The only other thing I could think of is maybe Unsealed Spellbook on the Blitzcrank. You could take Smite. I mean, it caps. It doesn't have the same damage as a full jungler, but it has some. It is a Smite. Like, but then now you're relying on Jae Young to beat your junglers in terms of securing neutrals, and that seems rough. But I think this is
Yeah.
interesting. I think the direction both these teams have gone, it's very, I feel, more traditional for PTM. Like you said, it's a great comp, but is it into the matchup that they're playing right now? That is the question that we're going to have to find answered as we are getting ready to get on to the Rift for game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, like again, we're gonna cycle through 3 options, right? It's someone on the top side that's gonna answer, I guess, and that's about where it ends. Ornn does have some decent scaling as well. You know, he's doing percentage max health. He's gonna be getting real tanky, and you know, he does a good chunk of damage to boot. But also like it's a Nasus, and if Ornn says, "All right, I gotta go help my team," like they're fighting, I'm gonna teleport. Nasus is gonna go like, "Cool, man, I don't have CC. I'm gonna take 3 turrets."
Yeah. And later on in the game, you know, if he's already on the inhibitor turret, what do you do then? You can't leave because he'll just win the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I think this will be exciting to see. I'm excited to see how it goes. I also like, because I feel like how Braw drafted is a unique kind of comp where you have a split pusher, and it really works best with Nasus, but you have this big split pusher that is really hard for anyone individually to deal with, and then you build this comp around a Kog'Maw. It's protect the Kog'Maw. You have Cataclysm and Flag and Drag to keep people off. You have the Emperor's Divide. You have Milio and his Q and his ability to get you out of CC and his heal and the enhanced range and the shields. You just have so many ways to keep the you can do a front to back fight almost with this and be fine in a normal style fight. And Nasus is forcing someone to either be there to make it a 5v4 to outnumber you, or they have to give up turrets, or they deal with him and then they lose the fight because now you're dealing with Kog'Maw Azir and you can't get to either of them. So I think
he also does have value as a tank, right? You pop
Yeah.
the Fury of the Sands and you also get those resists. You can add that Armor Shred, which is not a conditional skill shot like Kog'Maw's Q is. You know, you get that Wither in case Yasuo or Jax is jumping onto your carry or you really need to slow down that Yunara. Like, he's not terrible in the fights either.
Yeah, and I mean, he could even make Gar easy to kill because you can just put the shred. I mean, you stack his shred with the shred from Kog'Maw's Q. That's like 20. What is that? That's like 45% armor pen without even having a pen item.
It's multiplicative, so it's like 42. But yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Looks like we got an invade of sorts going on here. It'll just be a vision mission on this one, so see if that gets swept away by Iplock, but he doesn't actually have a sweeper, so I'm going to go with unlikely.
Yeah, not quite likely this game, and the snow is coming down pretty hard. It's pretty chilly today. Frozen turd, definitely
that were
frozen on
me.
this map.
I
Hey,
wish.
wait, is that yeah, it's Hockey Jacks, I think. Yeah, more snow skins.
I don't know if it is. I would
Is
have
it
to get
not?
another look. He didn't look
Yeah, I would have to get.
particularly Canadian to me.
It's not a very Canadian looking skin. It's a very like retro kind of hockey skin, I feel.
Sure.
But it's hard to tell because like it's purple and he could just be using one of the other purple Jack skins. But
Yeah.
game already off to a decent start. Everyone just kind of chilling at it. Jae Young looking for an opportunity.
It's SKT Jax.
Oh, being told it's SKT. Yeah, okay. Still cool. Still cool to see. Would have been
Yeah.
funny for Snow Map to have Ice Skater Jacks, but
Yeah. I do also like that we got the like white looking chroma for Ornn in the I believe that's Championship Azir. That's also got just like a very white wintry looking theme.
Yeah, and then there's DRX Jarvan. So a lot of white theme. Love that everyone's kind of getting into the snowy spirit. Except in the bot lane where it's just blood. Nothing but blood, nothing but violence. because Fortune's
Hey.
going forward and he's just blasting at Jae Young and Resilient.
Actually, I don't. I was gonna say, hey, Kog'Maw, I can hear the jingle bells already, but he's running that skin. I think this.
He is not. He is running the Pokemon skin.
Yeah, that was my
Don't sue us,
suspicion.
Nintendo.
Here's an interesting thing. Blitzcrank, obviously, get hooked and expend cooldowns champion is running heal, which not only means that Milio will have no inherent heal cut to worry about with his heals, but also Blitzcrank is less deadly now. I'm intrigued by this choice.
I think that is a very intriguing choice. The only heal cut now going to be Duckmark with that Ignite. And like,
oh yeah, I
feel
didn't see that.
Yeah, So that means also if Duckmark gets forced out of lane, he's going to have a hard time getting back. So this is interesting. Interesting choices for runes here. Locke coming around as well. Looking, and also that is going to be Aftershock, Blitzcrank. I'm not a big fan of Aftershock and supports anymore. I feel like after the change to the support items that gave you the option to pick Relic, like, there's just no reason to. Oh, hang on. We are going to see Locke get caught out here, but his team is here to back him up. Fortune going to be jumped on, flashed away. Fiendish, though, flashes forward to catch them. And now Young going to knock up onto this Kog'Maw, who does go down for first blood, but they trade it back for the jungler. They are still fighting forward, but they got to remember that Kog'Maw damage. That was quite a bit. Locke now maybe looking for Resilient. Gets the flag and drag, knocks him up, hits him with the bubble from Milio, and Rivers Blue gonna pick up that kill. Now they're going forward. Locke might want to continue this, but got to be careful. Don't want to get hooked under the turret. And they will get out. They did lose first blood, but they'll take 2 kills at consolation.
Well, remember, it's bigger than that, right? Because first blood is no longer extra gold. As we see the start here, I was really impressed by this flash counter-strike from Fiendish Feller, and they turn all their attention onto the Kog'Maw, which is traditionally a very good idea, but not here, because look how much damage this passive does. That's a lot of damage at this level. And it means that Iblock can immediately turn around. He says, look, I'm Jarvan. I've got Martial Cadence on both of you. I flag and dragged you, and I've got a shield coming up in a second. You are not killing me.
Yeah, and you also get that passive enhanced damage from the Milio, too, so it's just making everyone deal extra. It's very powerful this early into the game, and now Fiendish going on to Locke, who just turns right back on it, misses the flag and drag, but does hit him with the Q, I think, so he will at least get a little... No, I think he hit him with the flag. He had one part of it.
He hit him with the flag, yeah.
Okay, yeah. If he hit him with the...
Duckmark is here.
Yeah, Duckmark is teleport coming up from Susan. Orange just going to come down, but he's going to go right back up, and things continue on. Blitzcrank has come over too.
Yeah, they are all in on this. I am raging at my bot lane as a jungler right now, telling them to kill the Yunara or push her off the wave, but... maybe Iblock has a little bit of a stronger mental than I do and trusts his bot lane. They are up 7 CS, which is not nothing, but when I look mid lane, it's less impressive.
Yeah, I think the hard part is that Milio and Kog'Maw are a weird pair in that they don't want to, they can't really engage. They kind of have to be engaged on and then turn that around. Milio only has one that has that ball and it pushes the enemy back, so it's not really the greatest engage tool. Oh, hook. But RV Blue gets hooked, and now this could be the point. Now this is where they do the re-engage, and it's, see, look at all that damage coming out from Fortune, and Resilient gets the procs off on the Q, but Kog'Maw spitting fire with the extra range can just run them down, and that was a very big trade back. But like I said, like, it works better for them, and they can actually fight when they are the ones engaged on, and they are the ones then kind of running someone down, as opposed to being the ones to start it out.
I did want to give a small point of order. That is Samsung Galaxy, Jarvan.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I saw the recall was the Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
They look very similar. I understand how the confusion happened.
Yeah, those are very similar skins. I think also, is that the chroma for it?
It might be.
Yeah. Oh, they're either way, they're very pretty skins. But
absolutely,
we saw him come down there, make a little pressure on the bot lane. Yunara has back, Dragon is up, and now it's just Blitzcrank. Young, I don't know if you kind of want to walk into lane by yourself. Like, you don't really have much follow-up. Oh, beautiful! Yeah, Shurima shuffling Duckmark, who does manage to dash on out. The knock up, the ultimate will be enough. Fiendish Feller going to pick up the kill onto Frozen Turd, who unfortunately did not have enough after that shuffle to get anything else going. And they might try to dive lock here. The ult is already down. Fiendish, I don't think he has the counter strike back up. Gar getting stopped in the top lane from his back, and
Yeah, I think
things
they'll
keep
turn
going.
their sights to Dragon here. I mean, we pretty much said everything that there was, but I want to call out that, yeah, you Shurima shuffled him, and then you stood on the other side of him so he could dash through you. So, I love the theory. I think the execution left me a little wanting, as grubs have spawned, so it will be an objective for objective trade, assuming that there's no sprint to the top lane here. You do have that push with the Yasuo recalling and with the Ornn recalling as well. You know, that top side is very dominated by Bra here, and they're looking for another pick onto Frozen Turd here, but I think it's a lot less likely to happen. And this is a lot of what you were talking about, especially against Yunara, who can just sort of pick her steps up and move a little quicker. It's a tough one.
Yeah. I was curiously checking the patch notes because I realized I hadn't checked them in the last 2 games, really see if any new champions have been picked. Both games have had a new champion picked, neither of them for the reason that they got buffed. And I can tell that because both of those champions, Malphite and Ornn, got buffed specifically for their damage they do to monsters in the jungle. So trying to be forced into the jungle. Neither of them have gotten to use that, but it's just something to note.
We didn't look at this last game, but this is going to be a Sunfire cape for Ornn.
Oh. Ooh. So the Sunfire upgrade, the one that makes it do the extra damage.
Oh wait, that's also to monster.
I know, it's just all these jungle changes and none of it. We're seeing none of it. We're seeing all the champions, none of the changes. The only one we've seen this series are the Mel, because obviously not maxing E, and Misfortune, because she got a little bit more ult damage. That was it. It's been an interesting patch. I honestly, that would have been really funny if they just surprised us with Orange Jungle and we were just confused, and it turns out, oh right, he got that buff.
Hey, it's not a bad pick.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you would rush Redemption on it, and with Redemption still being a really solid item, it's not terrible.
I've heard from people it's good in that with his changes, he has a healthy clear, and you actually never have to back.
Yeah,
you can just keep upgrading all your items as you go. You never have to actually back up. So I think that would be an interesting one, kind of like a counter to Mundo, where Mundo just kind of only has to back to buy items. He doesn't really back for health.
Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of junglers end up doing that right now because a lot of them do just have that very, very healthy clear. Even if you get some sketch points, it's like, well, the other jungler's also just clearing, so I'm fine.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we're not just talking directly about the action on the screen, because not too much going on right now. Game is slowed down a bit. Gold only 100. It's not even that. It's like 50 difference, so it's basically dead even at this point. And both these teams just kind of slowed down a bit. And Frozen Turd and Duck kind of just trade back and forth. That's been most of the name of this game. Fortune gets hooked. Gets knocked up. Resilient looking for him, and now Locke is here. Oh, there's the counter strike, but they don't manage to find him, and now the turn has come. Here comes the Kog'Maw enhancement with the Milio. Meanwhile, on the... Ooh, hang on. Here comes Duck. Duck might try to help his team out here. On the top side, Gar trying to duel with Ader Numi, but here back in the bot lane, there's an attempt. They might try to die, but they're so low. There's not much mana. Oh, Fortune gets caught.
I don't know who's catching who here.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a bait one. He manages to pick the first one, gets the Feet of Warfare, and this isn't going to be long for this Yunar. She should be dead.
Oh, barriered.
Yeah, flash barrier, so does manage to live. I take it all back, but 1 for 1, I think that's okay. I think Kog'Maw wanted to back and just was like, you know what, I might as well just get a kill on the way out. Grabs that. Now red versus blue. Fiendish looking for red VB. But he gets the support Milio. Oh, as someone who plays a lot of Milio, I just love to see it.
It's the classic. Like, you underestimate the Enchanter because all they do is put the buffs on people, but when they put the buffs on themselves, they're pretty darn tanky.
Yeah, the shielding and healing from Milio is strong. Plus, again, the passive. Ooh, Frozen Turd. dashing right on out. But yeah, the passive from it, I think it technically procs on his own abilities, so on his own use. So he does get a little bit of damage spike when he does that, a little burn, which definitely helped him secure that. But also, like, that just was a weird dive because Duck took the aggro before Fiendish could get hits on, so or drop the aggro. So it just Fiendish got one hit and just immediately took full turret aggro.
Yeah, it was a bit odd. And like Duck could have taken the aggro a little bit later. Really, when you dive like that with a Jax, you want to wait for that counter strike, because whoever takes aggro takes aggro. If it's Jax, you just pop the counter strike. If it's someone else, they hit him and then Jax pops the counter strike. But you want to be able to immediately go for that damage.
Yeah, and I think overall that still worked out very well for Bra. Yeah, they traded the AD carry for the support, but that was the support's first death, so full gold value there from him. Got that nice bit of juicy gold to help the Cogmat. Now he's got his Berserker Greaves, and they also forced both sums out of the Yunara. Yeah, the hook. I'm gonna go a little wide.
Yeah, they did force both sums out of the Yunara. She also almost still died, which was pretty impressive to me. With the dragon being started up, you do get that vision put down there, and you get a little vision from the flag part of the flag.
Jarvan goes in. He steals the dragon! First one this series for Bra, but can they get anything else? Lock gets shut down, and now Frozen Turd gonna use the Emperor's Divide to try to buy some space. They're all backing up. It's Frozen, Red VB, and Fortune. And they don't want to take this fight anymore, but they got to be happy with that. They got a Drake, and it's one of the few Drakes I think individually is a good one. It's an Infernal Drake.
I hate to be that guy, but that is the second that was stolen by Iplock. He had the steal on the Gwen around the dragon before.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Aeternumi taking a lot of damage here. Oh, the knockup is not enough. Aeternumi with the spinning circle. I honestly think you just push forward and take the turret. Oh, nope, there's people coming. He knows. He's aware of what's going on. He's aware that they're after him. They want his Lucky Charms, but it doesn't matter.
The ops are out in force. Look at this steal. It's so well done. The dunk in order to get damage not only on multiple members, but also the dragon, because you didn't clip it with the flag and drag into immediately just smiting it. You can't see the dragon's health bar, so you don't know. And the rest of the fight, you just walk away from it. But up here in the top lane, they're not going to show the replay on that, but I will say when tanks all in each other, usually nothing happens. Both of these tanks do enough damage that when they all in each other, something's going to happen.
Yeah, and a lot of people forget that there is a burn on that field that he creates, and Fortune gets caught, burns the barrier, but is getting a lot of poke back, and now he has the heal and enhanced range here from the Milio, plus his own enhanced range. A lot going on. Locke finds the word, realizes that he is in a bad position, and now, Young missing the hook. I just realized, are those candy canes around the map question mark shaped?
They're candy cane shaped.
Some of them look like they might be more question mark.
Yeah, no, actually, the ones that are like higher up do look like they have a bit of a bend, like a question mark. I see it now.
They're pings. They're ping.
I don't know if that's intentional or just a quirk of the isometric view, but well, it's more top down than isometric. But I digress.
It would be adorable. Oh, and there's also the Urgot, the Snow God.
Yeah, and I think that might be Corky in some variety, flying around at the top of the map. Anyway, Herald is currently being taken by Iblock and Red v Blue. Meanwhile, the turret in the mid lane is going to see some punishment, but nothing too bad, as it is just going to get cleared out by Fortune. And yeah, it is a bit peaceful at the moment. Well, ignore what you're seeing on your screen. They're hanging out. It's pretty peaceful still. Although they don't go all in here, right?
No, I don't think Gar can. Ader's got way
Gar
too much
can.
healing. Oh, Frozen Turd gets caught by the ultimate and does get hit by the Yasuo. We'll get out of it. We'll lose his jungle in the process. Now Red v Blue trying to run away. Forcing flashes, though, from Fiendish Feller. Here comes Call of the Forge God looking for Aeternumi. Gotta be careful, though. People always forget. Susan gets that enhanced Q stacking. Oh, no! Oh, but the heal from the Q. Okay, so does live just enough damage, getting that health stacking. People forget, though, like I was saying, when Susan is, when Nasus, I keep calling him Susan.
You do.
Too many me. I mean, it's the name backwards, but when Nasus is in ult, gets a really low cooldown on his Q. Though he won't need that. He's just gonna use a normal Q right there, and his E to finish off Gar. Oh, this is the Nasus. I think is gonna start becoming a problem.
He is,
soon.
but why didn't just why you could have just bellows breathed and it would have been close maybe. Also, you could have recalled.
There's no recalling in the top lane. Death is the only way out for both these laners.
The way out is through Valhalla.
that would be a very Ornn way to do it.
That's true. he is a god of the Freljord.
Yeah. Gold's still dead even at 18 minutes, or basically 300 gold difference between these two teams, and it's feeling like a very close game, but also that it could explode at just any moment. The fighting has been very brutal, but not a lot of people honestly dying overall. I know we're at 11 deaths, or kills overall, but like it feels like so many times someone gets caught or gets picked at, and then just there's not enough to finish the target.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of the damage that these teams are showing off is implied damage. It's really only the Jarvan and kind of the Jax that have the damage going for them. And so, with a lot of that damage being threat of damage in the future, the results now is that it comes up a little lacking. Why are we top lane again? This happened last time.
I think there's some camera bug that is causing it to just drag back up there.
Just because they could fight.
Yeah, they could fight, but will they fight? Is this fight worth it?
Did you not see? Is that 411 stacks? Did you not see the nose on the Rift Herald before?
I did see the nose on the Rift, on the little reindeer antlers. But speaking of antlers, Jaeyoung getting antlered by that as we see Locke pick him up. The fight continuing though. Fortune will fall. Fiendish Fell are going to pick that up now. Red v Blue dealing with 3. He will get shut down, but they will turn it around. Fortune actually gets Duckmark with the explosion at the end. Frozen Turd will also claim resilience. So a 3-4-2 goes the way of Bra. They lose their bot lane, but they take mid and bot from the other side.
These have to be the single most useful Kog'Maw passives I have ever seen. It's so
I know, right?
Okay, so we're getting a replay of this top lane fight. Okay, no, it is just the bot. It's doing the thing. So the Herald drops, and we see this initial engage here, and we get the flash. It looks good as an engage, but it's a really solid tornado that just catches out Fortune, and there's only so much you can do with a Yasuo in your face. So when the kill goes down, it looks good, but just watch the health bars. It's doing so much damage, that Kog'Maw passive, the Acathian Surprise, just putting in work, and of course the follow-up is there once Frozen Turd shows up. And yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. It was a good fight on both sides.
Yeah, but I think it's really concerning that they took, like, that fight got taken, and even though they had numbers to start, they still started, Resilient, trying to take Fortune, but you can't stop the Kog'Maw as he's gonna go and zap Yunara back to spawn.
You gotta sound more confident in that, man. You gotta top that off. Yeah, I mean, that was a really boring fight because it's just 280 carries auto-attacking each other. I think Fortune is dead here.
I think he is. He's absolutely dead. Oh, wait, hang on, not yet. He did get healed by Red v Blue, but finally goes down now. Locke trying to run away, gets knocked up, gets taken down. Double kill going the way of Fiendish. And now the pressure going to be on for the Otacon. That's going to be the name of the game here. And Ader Numi still just farming it up on the top lane.
Yeah, indeed. It will be the turn onto the Otacon here. It's really the only two people that could make a real threat to your Otacon take that are dead now. And so that just signals to take it. That has been a pretty notable difference. I can't remember a game where Phantom Troupe was not the ones just taking the Otacon.
They really love their Otacon. Also, I don't know if you saw it, he had a little snow outfit on. I've been wanting to see that all game. It's kind of cute, little Santa outfit.
It is a lot of fun.
It is.
We're gonna focus down this top lane turret here. It should go down. I mean, 3 people in the area is just no contest, but you know, you got
Man.
Azir scaling up. He's on 2 items now. We'll have that Madness passive going for him. You know, you got the Leandries stacking up and doing everything
Oh,
it does. Here's
Lock. Looking for Duck and gets the Cataclysm. And here's Numi, and he's got the Wither. Gonna get Duckmark, gonna ult back onto Lock, trying to dash around, but the Wither is slowing his Qs, and Numi like just two shots the dude with the Q.
So I will say, it is an unending despair for the Jarvan, which is a much tankier second option, as the flash over the wall will fail, but they will go ahead and grab the turret, so depends on what you call worth in that regard, as Gargumba might also take this one, which would make it an even trade, I believe. I think the bot lane turret was still standing, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think it was, but it just depends if Nasus just... No, Nasus is going to back up. I was like, if Nasus stays and decides... Oh, no, he is staying. Okay, he might just take this turret. Yunara is here, but I don't think Yunara can handle Nasus. I'm going to be completely honest. I think
he
this
has
is a bad
chosen the
matchup.
better part of Valor, but yeah, no real reason to get caught in a side lane, so
That
Nasus
felt
can take this.
unnecessary of a teleport.
It was. But the idea is that if Nasus is there, you need to be there, right? Now, we know that he's not. He's backing off to take a recall, and that's good. But, you know, this Nasus, we've been talking about it. He's going to take turrets if you let him.
I don't know. I feel like they could have given a little bit more there in term. Like, I feel like you get the enhanced movement speed out of the base, and it's close enough, but... Fair enough. Better to be safe than sorry. You don't want to lose your inner turret and leave Nasus with a free inhibitor turret to hit. But the game still stabilized around a 1.2k gold lead for Bra. Been a little fluctuating around there, but it's still, these games have been very close. And now Jae Young been found, forced to flash.
Yeah, that's so really helpful right before a dragon spawns, because usually it's the other way around, right? It's the Blitzcrank that's looking for the engage, but he doesn't get any catch-outs. Duckmark goes in. That's a lot of unnecessary damage.
Yeah, forced to flash on out, getting pretty low. The tornado does not hit. Fiendish looking for somebody, but a big ultimate from Red v Blue, forcing Fiendish away as well with the Emperor's Divide. He is using the counter-strike. Can he finish off Fortune in time? He cannot. The shields are there, and he will go down. Took him a while, but that is going to be the jungler dead on the side of PTM. Bra, this is the time going to get the dragon. This is Ocean Drake. This would put them on Soul Point, and Ocean Soul is not something you, out as PTM, you want Bra to get. You thought Nasus was scary. You thought this Kog'Maw was annoying to kill. Imagine when they're just healing every second.
Yeah, this one is starting to get a little bit rough if you are Phantom Troupe here, because, yeah, the scaling's coming in. You got your first 2 ornaments out. I guess 3, because Ornn's got his as well, right? You're doing things. The majority of your team has ornaments. You've got the redemption up. You've got these things up. But at the same time, as we take a look at this fight, the scaling is happening on the other side. It was a bad play by Duckmark to start it off, and it was a good engage to buy space for your Kog'Maw Azir, but it was the shove back that really set, you know, this Jax apart from the rest of his team, and he almost gets the job done if he had even just like 0.1 more attack speed. He gets that job done. Isn't able to do it, and because of that, Fortune's gonna kill Duckmark again, I guess.
Yeah, and Jae Young.
Jae Young died.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure what happened with that. And that's gonna be a Baron started up. Now, let's say that again. It's alright. Now, I will say the Ornn's available, but down goes the Baron already, and this time they're not going to fight him.
Yeah, no, Fiendish trying to, but Frozen Turret's Emperor Divide stops him, and it's just a rundown from there. We'll pick up that kill, and there's no dragon, but there is a mid lane. There is a juicy turret, and honestly, they could probably break straight to the inhibitor. I got to see. I don't know what Numi's stacks are yet. I know we saw last time was like at 450. I don't know where we are now. It's been a bit, but he's just, you saw how much damage he did that turret, right?
Yeah, I saw it. I did. It would be hard not to, given how big that bar was and how much of it turned yellow. We're going to see a little bit of a push forward here by Jae Young, but it looks like it will just be the turret take and recall here. You can play a 1-3-1 somewhat convincingly as Battle Rift Assassins here, because Azir does decent in a side lane, and of course we can't stop talking about Nasus' side laning. Let's take a look at what got Jae Young caught.
Yeah, it looked like he meant for a play, and then unfortunately just got cornered. Numi just shows up. He's like, "Uh-oh, I'm in danger." And then after that, Duck Mark, yeah, just too slow.
He gets cataclysmed. It all makes sense now.
Oh, but he did get that ult back onto Fortune, but Red v Blue was there, so just pushing too far forward after they took that turret, and it cost them, and that is unfortunately, that was the Baron. That is now a 5,000 gold lead for Brawl, the biggest lead they've had this entire series. Not the biggest lead we've seen. We did see PTM get a pretty decent one last game by the end, but this is probably going to just go up from here. This comp, we already said, had the late game scaling advantage, and now it's ahead. Yeah, Numi, 4 people up here for him. He does get hooked, does get knocked up. The ultimate coming through, both from the Jax and from the Blitzcrank. And I saw the Yasuo as well. So they get their shutdown, but they're going to lose.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, although I guess it's a 1-1-3.
Where Gar is here. Here comes the call of the Forge God. They're looking for Frozen Turd, but they don't have a lot of ults anymore. The Cataclysm goes in. The only one left, the ult, and he goes down. Frozen Turd picks that kill up. 4 men go on in, and now Red v Blue coming to try to help out, but they lose their jungler, so isn't going to be able to do too much. And they back on off, but a lot of a lot of low health on Duck Mark. He is healing up. Jae Young very low, and Fortune and Red v Blue are both full health. There goes the counter strike, but it wasn't enough. Red v Blue just so much healing on him, and Fortune just stands there just doing all of what he wants with the damage. Almost killed Duck Mark, and now a minute till Dragon is up. Yunara died there, and
so let's take another look at this. I don't. This seems like a bit far back to go. I don't remember a pick happening from here. All right, so we'll get that replay up for you guys in a second here. But in the meantime, look at this Kog'Maw's items. He's got just everything he needs to shred you to bits if you give him the chance. Luckily, they didn't, right? Phantom Troupe did not give that Kog'Maw a chance to do exactly what it wanted, and so there wasn't an angle for Fortune to pop off. However,
this is go ahead.
We saw at the end there, that damage is still extreme.
Yeah, and at this point, like, I feel like this is one of those points where Kog'Maw's a weird carry in that he hits basically max at 4. Like, these are his core. This is his core. This is what he needed, and at this point, you could just build tank on Kog'Maw. It'd be fine. He'd still have the same damage output. He doesn't really have scaling. It's all about that W passive. And look at that damage onto Resilient. He just like 3-shot him to half health with just 3 little auto attacks. That's the power of that W on Kog'Maw. It's just so much damage. It's max health, and all the members of PTM are here. Nasus is just pushing away on the top side. They do manage to secure the dragon. They get the objective bounty, but that big cataclysm locking everyone up. A lot of ults there. Resilient used his ult. Yasuo used his ult. And now it's just about Frozen and the team stopping these backs. Can they get them? Can they get Gar? Jae Young managed to get the hook, but the only other member that's doing damage here is Fiendish. He's trying to get over there. He goes golden. Jae Young not going to be the first to fall. It's actually going to be their Jax. Now their Blitzcrank falls. Orange is going to back in the bush. They're not even going to look for him, but Kog'Maw goes on a rampage. They lose the dragon. They get an inhibitor out of it. They get 2 kills. They're all alive except for Jarvan. You could set this up as a good opportunity to maybe make a push. Numi now, though, being engaged on by 3. Maybe this will delay that. Oh, my God.
What was that damage?
Duck Mark, half health. They managed to get the kill, but that single Q was enough to half health him. That is absurd. And now the central turret probably about to fall. There is only Yasuo left. They do lose the inhibitor on the bottom side, so the base ripped on the left, ripped on the right. Only the middle remains, and it feels like the wheels are just starting to come off for PTM.
It definitely does, even as this comp is sort of coming into the point where you would expect it to be really strong, right? You got 3 items on Jax, you got 3 items on Yunara. Ornn's given out every upgrade he can. Um, sorry, Blitzcrank has a Frozen Heart, which is going to buff himself by a lot, and is also going to debuff if they ever get that pull onto the Kog'Maw there. It's good in theory, but the practice, I gotta see it happen.
Yeah, it feels like the idea is there. It's not quite the like you said, the execution. They haven't been able to pull it off yet. We got to see them be able to do this. And also, I don't know if I've actually seen Jae Young use heal this game. I don't know if he's actually used it. Oh, has he?
But
Oh,
like,
might need to use it again because they're going to have to fight over this Baron here. It has been started up by Bra. Oh, Jae Young does miss the hook onto Red v Blue. NASA's coming up from behind. They've got to be careful. Resilient walks right on into him, forced to use the ultimate there to try to get away, but that's going to leave Jae Young off to his own. Frozen Turd's going to pick him up. Nasus grabs Yunara on the side. The teleport in from Gar is too late.
Teleport from Ader Numi.
Yeah, he's teleporting to the bottom side. They're going to get the Baron, and then they might just try to... They don't even go for the Baron. They just think they can end right off that. There is no bot lane anymore for this team. The ranged they had is gone. And now they're looking for Ader Numi, but he's so big, and he does so much. That's through the shield. Gets ulted by Duckmark, but will it be enough? The Emperor's Divide will say no. Frozen Turd going to pick it up and go dominating. Gar trying to buy some space for his teammate, but he can't. It's a double kill for him. It's a kill for the Kog'Maw. It's an ace for Bra. The Nexus turrets fall, and Bra takes game number 4 and takes the series.
Battle Rift Assassins. That is a win in the book. 3-1. That will do it for the series. They will be moving on. The graphic seems to have been assassinated, and man, did they do that in a way that was just so convincing, especially in that last game. They just looked in control the whole time.
Yeah, that was just phenomenal. They played all to their strengths, too. We had the split pushing massive top laner. We had a hyper carry bot laner. We had the great outplays from the support with the Milio, the strong bedrock of Locke and Frozen Turd in the mid jungle to also enable the team. It was just fantastic. And oh my god.
Yeah.
Turrets. Nasus doing Nasus things. What do you expected? But just phenomenal work from Bra, and you know, it's a great statement to start out with in their playoff campaign. But unfortunately, this does mean
say goodbye.
Yeah,
and we'll give them the full name. That's Phantom Troupe Machi. They are going to be eliminated from the playoffs. You know, they put up a good fight. They really did. Um, they pushed Battle Rift Assassins pretty much as far as they go. Outside of putting another game, another win in that column, like those games were so close.
Yeah, these teams, it was very back and forth. Like we said, until these last 2 games, and mostly in the last half of the second game onward, we hadn't seen more than like a 2,000 gold lead the entire series. It's just until like the last moments of game. It was really, really close. And I feel like just a couple things go different. We'd be looking at PTM with the 3-1 right here, or maybe a 3-0, honestly. It looked like there was a couple times they could have won games 1 and 2, but just better macro I felt from BRA. I felt, of anything, BRA's macro was phenomenal. They really, really understand how to play the map, even when they're in a disadvantageous situation.
Yeah, I think that their timing was fantastic. I think it really showed that, you know, when we were calling out overstays, a lot of the time it was PTM that was forcing an overstay. Um, when it was like they were stopping recalls, they were doing this, they were doing that. It was BRA that was punishing an overstay. And I think that highlights the strengths and sort of the weaknesses that both of these teams showed off, and we just got to see BRA play their game.
Yeah. And now, waiting on the next round of the playoffs. I'm sorry, production. Say that one more time. All right. We know who their opponent is. It's Fools 5 Royals will be BRA's opponents in the next round. Oh, sorry. They get chosen. They get to choose their opponent. So
Ah,
sorry. So yeah, we won't know until next week. My apologies. I thought we had known. I was really excited to let you all know, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer on that way for the rest of the series to finish out. But I'm excited to see where this team goes on going forward. This was a fun team to watch. Like sometimes you watch teams win and it's just very dull. I like to think of Gen G as that way. It's just a team that I don't think they're fun to watch. They're good, but like they're not flashy players. But it's when you see these kind of players that make the exciting plays, even if they're not winning, even if they're like it's a bad play, it's always just fun to watch. And I like that. I feel like BRA is that team. They are just fun. They will always try to make something happen, even if their backs are against the wall. And I think that's a great thing. And for PTM, we see those pieces there. We see the like the sparks of brilliance. I feel like I really want this roster to stay together. I think they just need a little bit more coaching, a little bit more time, get their strategies a little bit more in order. And I think there's a lot of potential for this roster to really make noise going into next season.
yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. Honestly, my biggest question going forward in these next playoff series, are teams going to be able to find an answer to this split push strategy that BRA has going? Or is it going to be a situation where the only ones that are beating BRA are themselves?
Yeah, I think that's it. We talked about this in the off broadcast. You put it very elegantly that BRA feels like a team that plays through the split push. That is so core to their gameplay. They even had Kale split pushing. Like the only time they didn't was Malphite, and that's because honestly, Malphite really would be hard to split push with. He just does not have a lot of those tools for it. But there's so many good champions that can do that, and he can still show up in group. He can make every play costly. Like I gotta see, like we know there's strategies to it, but how do you deal with that as a team? That I feel is going to be the answer people are going to need to come up with when they're facing BRA. And if they can't find an answer, it's just going to be a run. It might be a run all the way to the finals for them. They've just got such a solid strategy. They've got a solid identity in how they play the game. I feel like we saw it in every single game minus the Ezreal game. That was a
They
little
won that
question.
game.
Yeah, they did win it, but it was still a questionable. I think questionable in terms of like their overall style. It wasn't quite as much their style. I feel like Fortune is at his best when you put him on something that it can pop off and go hyper carry. Like just give him those hyper DPS carries. Dude looks great on him. I think his Cogmo is fine. I'm actually seeing a notification. Um, oh, I'm actually being told we're going to cut this a little short because there's still a series going on. TPO Rafflecopter and TMG Demon Hunters are still going on over on Titan 2. So, Factor, any last things you want to say about this series before we throw it over?
I don't think so. I think we got to throw it over because if there's action, they got to see it.
Yeah, we don't want to keep you from that. So we're going to throw it here over to Titan 2. You can stay here and it will take you right on over. And we will see you next week for more playoff action.